2017 Boom Doubles match play underway. Game 1 of 8. We have 8 teams, round robin match play. I'm Mike Flanagan from InsideBowling.com here in Little Rock, Arkansas at Professor Bowl West. And I'm joined here in the booth, as I have been for the last 2 days, by Dennis Hacker. And I'm looking forward to calling the action with you today, Dennis, as we have 8 very, very good teams out there from this 81-team qualifying field.
Exactly. It's going to be pretty fast-paced this afternoon. The games got over. I mean, it seemed like this morning went faster than yesterday. I don't know why, but it just seemed like it did. And we've got 7 match games out here this afternoon against different opponents. Each team will bowl each other team one time. And then game 8 will be a position round.
Yes, it will.
And that will be it for the standings of today. First place guaranteed $10,000. Everybody that came back this morning cashed. That was 20 teams, and we are now down to the top 8 teams. You're going to be seeing on these pairs, we're going to be covering 2 sets of 2 pairs of lanes. So we'll have coverage on all 8 pairs today. On the first 8 pairs, we're going to see, and I'm going to bring it up for you right now. This is lanes 5 through 8.
No, this is 11 through 18.
So we got them back.
Yeah, we were on there.
I got it. All right, so good. Lanes 5 through 8 will be our first 2. You're going to see on lane 5, Pepe and Williams, right now plus 579, and that will be 151 pins ahead of the entire field. On lane 6, Gasson and Anderson, plus 428. On lane 7, Novak and Hess, plus 400. And on lane 8, Pulhowski and Vi, plus 316. We've got a dark pair in between, and then we move down to lanes 11 through 14. On lane 11, McCarthy and Barnes at plus 314.
And that's Kyle Barnes.
Right.
Chris Barnes and Cameron Doyle did not make it to this round.
Nope, they finished in 10th place. On lane 12, Sherman and Miller with a huge last game of 494 plus 309. Also a big last game. On lane 13, Justice and Henninger plus 296. They shot 478 their last game of the Cashers round to get in. And just sneaking in with a 368 last game. That was dangerously perilous, wasn't it? for Bittenbender and Barrett. I know that was redundant, as Jake used to say on 2.5 Men. Plus 287. And that is our top 8, Mike.
Sure is. That Gasson and Anderson last game really fell back. They were leading going in and fell to second. And that, as you mentioned, the 172 pin lead. I'm sorry, I was looking at their lap. It was 172 pins that separated those 2 teams the last game.
And 151 was the result of that in the standings.
Yes.
So they gave back. They had a 20-some pin lead and gave it back 150. So
as we look at this, there's 30 bonus pins awarded. You've got the 1 versus the 2 seed up on the left side of your screen there. You've got Andrew Anderson and Matt Gasson. You've got Anthony Pepe. He's a PBA champion with Farrell Williams, one of the best amateur bowlers in the world. Has been for a long time. And on the 3-4 matchup, you've got the defending champs and Chris Vi and Shannon Pulhowski bowling against Masters champion Tom Hess. And a guy who was overshadowed at Saginaw Valley State University by guys like Bill O'Neill and Dan McClellan, Steve Novak, who's had arguably one of the best ball reactions since he's gone to this Mako bowling ball, the second game yesterday, and he's used the same ball the entire time.
Yep.
And that's what we see here. Vi and Pulhowski were really impressive last year winning the inaugural event here at the Boom Doubles. It'll be interesting to see if they can make a run and defend their championship. And then we saw big games from McCarthy and Barnes, who sit 5th, and we saw a big game by Sherman and Miller to jump in. Justice and Henninger, Bittenbender and Barrett. So we'll stay here with the leaders for now, and then we'll check in and peek in on 11 and 12 and 13 and 14 here in just a couple moments.
So the interesting part is going to be I mean, we saw a large lead this morning evaporate in just 4 games, and it's 150 pins granted between first and second place right now. But we got 8 games and bonus pins to deal with.
Yep, 240 bonus pins.
So it's going
to
be everything can go crazy today.
Yeah, it was more of a talk show. We interviewed you about mini golf.
You filled a lot of space last year.
Yeah. Always good to see you.
Like a little bit more pride. Change them up a little bit. See what happens.
See you, Chris. Chris Barnes leaving the building now.
Yeah, he was doing a Mitch Beasley impersonation. he said, well, maybe if I used that Mako ball yesterday, I would have been able to carry my partner Taco. Barnes, of course, a representative of 900 Global now. That was not a plug for his old brands, but because this event is sponsored by Hammer Classic Products, excellent opportunity to let you know that when you consider your next bowling ball purchase, consider an M&I International product, particularly the brand of Hammer, who has sponsored this event. Several EBI staffers have made it into the top 8 teams here. Farrow Williams is one, Matt Gasson is one, Andrew Anderson is one, Steve Novak is one, Tom Hess is one, Shannon Polhowski is an EBI staffer, Aaron McCarthy, Kyle Barnes, Kyle Sherman. So all of those are EBI staffers.
That's nice that that can happen in a tournament sponsored by the company itself.
Yeah, eight of the 16 are EBI staffers. So that's pretty cool. And, all bowling ball companies are making great equipment now and things like that. We just, we're affiliated with those guys, and they treat us extremely well, and we want to treat them extremely well also. I'll get out and roam and look at the scores. We can see these scores pretty well right here.
Yeah,
but
these are not bad monitors.
These aren't too bad
to see.
So our pace of play should be pretty good, like you were saying.
Right. And while we will, always defer to the official scores that come out of the tournament office, because we can see things as easily as we can, and if you can get scores from those other 4 pairs of lanes down there, or 2 pairs of lanes down there, with the spreadsheet that we got set up right here, we should have pretty instantaneous results after each game for you. Unofficial, of course, but assuming that Microsoft Excel can do its job today.
Yes, sir.
We had some requests earlier about posting scores. That is coming from the tournament office, and I'm hoping that they do have the final scores after the top 4 games, or after the cashers round this morning posted for you now.
Yeah, we'll get that up for sure. These are our 2 cameras that we're switching between.
Okay. Are they in?
Yes, they're in chronological order.
Chronological order? Okay.
Or whatever you would call that. Dennis, why don't you go to the booth cam real quick?
Okay.
All right, everybody, this is the spreadsheet that Dennis was talking about. He's been working on it all morning, so we're going to update the scores for you right here from the booth. And this is Dennis working hard.
Yeah, I'm working hard.
Wanted to show you guys the setup, take you around the center. These are the lanes that we're using right over here. You can see the bowlers out there participating. See Brad Miller eating. They didn't have much time to eat. We didn't have time to eat, but these are the lanes that are being used right here in front of us. Okay. Take you back out to the lanes.
And we are now looking at lanes 11 through 15 for a little bit here. Timmy Barrett's playing a little further right on this pair than I've seen him play all weekend. I know it's fresh. One thing else, that, and I don't know how much of a difference this is going to make, Mike. The lanes were all oiled at the same time this morning, and these 8 lanes have been sitting for that long, and I don't know that that's happened for any of the lanes for the weekend so far, that they've sat that long after oiling before they actually bowled on them.
I consider it like marinating a steak. We will just see how good it tastes.
Have you ever used Dale's marinade?
No, I haven't.
It's very nice.
Is it really?
Very, very nice.
Okay.
You could find it in your local supermarket.
Dale's
steak marinade. Yes.
Dale's steak marinade. Okay.
Yes,
I'll
very,
take
very
a
nice.
look at that.
Also good for ahi, if you make your own seared ahi.
Okay, I do not, but I know that Kim would like some seared ahi.
Do you like it?
No.
You don't like it at all? No?
No. Not my thing, man. Not my thing.
Okay.
But hey, people that like it, they like it.
Yes, they do. I use both light and dark sesame seeds on the outside of mine when I make it at home. Do you like bacon wrapped scallops
They're okay, yeah. Yeah.
with a little apricot chutney to put on top of them?
I've never had it, but it sounds delicious.
It's very nice.
I'm going to talk to the tournament staff because I've got 7 different messages about needing updated scores on the tab. I'll be right back.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Ryan. It is a nice setup, and seeing from behind the scenes sometimes is pretty cool. Actually, the booth is a fun place for people to stand behind and just kind of watch as things are going on. Sometimes we'll even put up a monitor here next to it so people can see what the stream looks like. I mean, they can see the finished product. What you see on the screens back here on the table is a staged shot coming up and the shot that you can actually see getting ready to come up. So they may be confused at what they're seeing up here. It is for me sometimes when we first sit down in here until I understand how everything's all laid out and set up. So watch Brad Miller try to convert this washout, and he does his job, but the pin just doesn't take out the 10 pin on lane 12 there, and so that's an open frame for them. This is game 1 of 8 on a fresh condition again, so we're starting back to where we were this morning after game 1. And let's go back to our leaders and see what's going on down there. So we just saw Farrell Williams make a shot on lane 5. And up on lane 6 right now is Andrew Anderson.
I'll tell you a little story here.
All stories start with once upon a time.
I'll tell you a little story about these guys, Anderson and Gasson. So, hey, how you doing? Good. There's no secret that for a period of time that Ebonite International products could use a little work. They were trying some things. It wasn't lack of effort, but the bowling balls needed to improve a bit. And as they started to improve, and as some people started throwing the product and being able to see it go down the lane, Rob Gottschall came on board with Ebonite International. And he was able to basically sign 2 players that were friends of his and said, hey, look, this stuff is getting good. I'd like for you to be part of our staff. And that was Andrew Anderson and Matt Gasson at almost identically the same time. And they were really the first 2 in this newer EBI movement. And they're bowling together today. And they're in second place.
Very
Bowling
nice.
together.
Very nice.
It's just kind of a cool tie-in. It's some behind-the-scenes stuff that I know about because I'm directly affiliated closely with that company. And that was kind of like just kind of, you know, when things happen, when those 2 came on board, it started a cycle. It started a trend. And since then, you know, there's been signings like Dominic Barrett and all these other people that, you know, a little flashier name, but Gasson and Anderson and Gottschall were kind of the beginning of all that. So, and it's cool to have Shannon Plowski back on staff, Farrell Williams with Hammer, and so on and so on. Back to the tournament.
Back to the tournament. But we haven't really left the tournament. It's just an aside.
Yeah, just something I personally know about that I wanted to share.
Mike, considering the 368 that they finished with, take a look at what Barrington Bittenbender are doing up here right now in front of us in the 8th position.
Take you there now.
He knew that was going to need a little help getting there, but it's
Oh,
still
you
not
knew.
a bad shot.
Nope. Got 500 or so left between the 2 of them, right?
And that's a big game considering they're in 8th place and looking to make up some ground on this field. Looks like they're going to easily win this game. So that's 30 pins right there.
Craig, you're right in the chat. I agree with that as well. Okay, Dennis. Can you hear me okay?
Gotcha now. Yeah, that was good.
All right. So you're in charge of the cameras,
Got it.
and you are in charge of your spreadsheet,
Got that too.
and I will be in charge of reading you scores.
Awesome. So I think this game on 13 and 14 is pretty much done as far as a winner is concerned. Let's go back down and take a look at actually we are watching the leaders right now, so we're
Yeah, the right side is the program. It took me a while
Yeah.
on that too.
yep, got it. Tim Barrett strikes again. That's 5 in a row for him.
Matt Gasson, yeah, with a strike here in the
very
ninth.
nice.
He can still bowl 236. Andrew Anderson can bowl 258.
That's a big game too.
Pepe started with the front 5, 9 spare, open strike. And Farrow's struggling quite a bit with only a 160 max score.
Oh, Henninger with a solid 9 on lane 13.
6 in a row for Andrew Anderson, and Pepe trying to keep his team in it here on lane 5. Shannon Plahowski's got a double working going into the 10th frame. Can bowl 248. And the best Chris Vi can do is in the 180s.
Right. And we saw a few moments ago in the chat, everybody said, surprise, surprise, Shea Bittenbender is striking again, and they were correct.
Tom Hess just had an 8-bagger going into the 10th frame and 4-pinned. So he's going to be in the 260s. And his partner, Steve Novak, starts spare, spare, strike, spare, 5-bagger going into the 10th frame. So Hess and Novak are definitely going to get the win there.
Okay.
And Gasson and Anderson are both going to get the win as well. They'll only get 30 bonus pins, even though I said the word both.
Right.
They will get it as a combined team together. So we got 10th frame action down here on 5 through 8, and that's where I'm positioned. And Dennis, you're down on 11 through 14.
I got it. It looks like it's going to be Bittenbender and Barrett are going to win over Justice and Henninger are here on lanes 13 and 14, and I'm trying to see quickly. It's a 147. 77 is the max score for Brad Miller. And it looks like 2-teen for Kyle. It's a tight game on 11 and 12. It's too close to call.
That's probably the best match we have going.
Yeah, not enough precincts are in on that one, Mike.
Farrell Williams just threw it past the breakdown here and left a 1, 2, 4, 6, 10. He's really struggling. Tom Hess finishes with 269. Shannon Blahowski finishes with 236.
Thank you.
Farrell Williams bowled 124. 124 for Farrell. So how things can change, Dennis. We saw that huge game by Farrell Williams with 290, finish the last block and take a commanding lead, he and his team, and now they're going to go back to about where they were.
Right.
216 for Matt Gasson, 216. Steve Novak now has 6 in a row. He'll be up in the 11th on 8. Pepe 6 pins.
Doesn't bowling have some unique verbs?
Yes. Now Andrew Anderson up here in the 10th frame with a big string of strikes. Playing fallback and likes it. Gives it a fist pump. Anderson can still bowl 258 to go with his partner Matt Gasson's 216. Chris Vi up now. 10 back. So he doubles into 10th frame. Vi's going to be in the 230s. Pepe spares. He's going to be in the 220s. Steve is done to go with Tom Hess's 269. It's 247 for Steve Novak.
Wow.
Andrew Anderson's going to be in the 240s. Pepe's trying to fill up for 220, and he does. So Pepe bowls 220. Farrell Williams 124 for a 344.
Gotcha.
Andrew Anderson finishes out with a spare, and he bowls 245. 245 for Anderson to go with Gasson's 216, and they get the win. Chris Vi finishes with 204 to go with Shannon's 236, which gives them 440. And that's a loss to Novak and Hess.
Right. So we got 221 over here. And Sherman and Miller with one more strike here for Matt, or for Kyle Sherman will be 227 there. Bittenbender 258. Huge game there.
Yeah, Tim 243, so 501.
and 155, 223 on the other lane. All right, let me get some scores plugged in here, folks, and I'll give you a standings real quick.
And did you got this other pair 11 and 12?
Yep,
complete?
I got them.
Okay.
So I'm going to have it set up to where we can do individual scores here, Mike, and not have to worry about team totals and let Excel do its job. Okay. $405 to $390 on that pair that we were talking about. So 405 is grabbing 30 bonus pins.
Oh, yeah, man. Appreciate you.
All right, so let's take a look now.
All right, got my game 2 graphic up. Bowlers shift around. I'll give you the new pairings here in just a moment. Let you know who's bowling who.
I always do that. The first time I always do that. There's our standings right now unofficially, Mike.
Novak and Hess sit at 33-46. Pepe and Williams at 33-23. Gasson and Anderson at 33-19. Then 101 pins back and forth is Bittenbender and Barrett. About 70 pins back from there is Plahowski and Vi. 7 pins back from them, McCarthy and Barnes. 50 pins back of them, Sherman and Miller. And 25 pins back from there, Justice and Henninger. That's your top 8. Those will be updated online here shortly. We've got Matt Gasson taking on, we've got Gasson and Anderson taking on Vi and Plahowski here on lanes 11 and 12. And over on lanes 13 and 14, we've got Steve Novak and Tom Hess, who are red hot after game number 1, taking on a team going in the opposite direction. Farrell Williams coming off a 124. It'll be interesting to see what they do on this pair as Farrell and Pepe are talking to each other. We've got a little St. Louis matchup down here on lanes 5 and 6. We got Brad Miller and Kyle Sherman taking on Barrett and Bittenbender. They're probably actually happy to get this out of the way early in this 8 games of match play, as I know they're all very good friends. And also we've got Rick Justice and Mark Henninger over on lanes 7 and 8, taking on Kyle Barnes and Aaron McCarthy.
Now I have it set up for us so that it will calculate how far behind first place each one is as well. So that worked out good.
So we'll take you back and forth as you keep an eye. I know that we've got a lot of folks in the chat that are rooting on their favorite team, and we do have all the lanes covered for you, which is pretty nice.
Rare that we can do that. Typically we have to wait for them to rotate through. Because even if it was like a top 16 or a top 12, we'd still have to rotate through. Hope you all are enjoying this. We are enjoying bringing it to you, that's for sure.
Had a quick question about the pattern. I'm going to flash it up on the screen momentarily. Take a look at the pattern right there. You see it's a very flat oil pattern. Tom Hess he was talking to us the other day. He joined us in the booth. We've had some great guests this weekend. He talked about how much he enjoyed bowling a team event in Wichita, the Swiss event. And he was able to win, and it just gave him a lot of confidence. And then Tom coming and bowling doubles with Steve Novak here. If he can get another win, that'll really help help Tom out and propel him to potentially a really good summer of bowling. He's got extra frame events coming up, and he participates on the national tour. And he's still trying to break through for that second title. I mean, he's got the one title with the Masters, which was huge, and we all know what an emotional telecast that was and just how cool that was for Tom. But, you know, there have been a lot of people, including myself, jokingly, and just all in good fun because we like to give each other the business, as he's a Cubs fan and I'm a Cardinals fan and things like that. But, you know, the one-hit wonder is kind of lurking over Tom's head. And I know he jokes about it, but it probably does bother him. And once you've won 2 titles on tour, it means a lot. The difference between winning 1 title on tour and 2 titles on tour, as far as lists are concerned, is a big difference. And I root for Tom for him to have that opportunity and perform at the highest level and get that second title and get that monkey off his back. Because once he does, he could probably, you know, potentially, you know, win 5, 6, 7 titles on tour. It wouldn't surprise me. Tom is that talented of a bowler. Just a lot of things get overshadowed with Tom's game, simply because of the one win, and over the years he's battled some demons. But just the nicest guy you ever want to meet off the lanes and even on the lanes. But there's times he gets a little fired up and his emotions get the best of him. So we'll see how he does here today. But so far he's got himself a really nice partner in Steve Novak, and he's really comfortable bowling with him. So here's Shannon Plahowski, and I absolutely love the way she shoots her spares. She's probably got one of my favorite spare games by a female bowler there is out there. Watch her angles as she throws at these spares throughout the rest of the afternoon. Keep an eye on that. Make a little cliff note. The way she attacks those spares. Always hard and straight. No matter the pattern, whether it's a house shot, whether it's a sports shot, she always throws hard and straight. She uses a reactive ball. She doesn't switch to plastic. And there's a strike by Hess. There's Chris Vai, arguably one of the next guys to really break out. He's the type of guy that could go on to be a PBA Hall of Fame bowler. He's just got that kind of game. Team USA. He's got a great upbringing with his family. He's got all the tools necessary, and he's been set up with support from family and coaching and being put in the right positions to really launch off and make a really big run at being a factor on the PBA tour. Andrew Anderson, another young guy. If you look at his major record, bowling in Masters and in U.S. Opens, the guy's made cut after cut after cut. And, you know, a guy like Nick Crummell led the Masters this year. A guy like Andrew Anderson, you could see him bowling on TV soon one day at the highest level. Matt Gasson just bowled 800 at the Open Championships, 803. A few days later, he gets followed up with another 803. You know, just some bad luck there. He's working at Ebonite International, working a lot of hours, testing a lot of product. Didn't even put himself in a singles pot in this event. And here he is with Andrew Anderson, and they got a chance to win the title. So I'm just rattling off resumes here. Look, Steve Novak, probably arguably the best ball reaction of the weekend. He's using the same ball. Went to Saginaw Valley State University, bowled with guys like Dan McClellan, Bill O'Neill. Has coached collegiately, knows the game. Always competed at the highest level in amateur events. Always there, high rollers, things like that.
That's an amateur move. Amateur move there. I was curious, so I went down and grabbed the price list just to check it out, because we were talking this morning about what it might be. Bottom spot paid $500, so they made $50 a piece on what they did. The folks that dropped out this morning, it went $500 for 3 spots, $600 for 3 spots, $800 for 3 spots, and $900 for 3 spots. So ninth place got $900. The bottom in the top 8 gets $12. And then it goes 13, 14, 15, 18, 2,300, 4,500, and a $10,000 first place today.
Pretty good. 10,000 on top. Second year tournament.
$32,400 total prize list.
81 entries. How much was the entry?
$400.
So if you take $400 times 80.
81 is 32,400.
Yes.
It is.
So that's a 100% payout in the money that was paid in from the bowlers.
So when we've been talking about the sponsors, and you let off all the squads most of the time with the sponsors for the tournament, when these guys go out and do the job that they do to get sponsors for a tournament like this, often it's so that they can give back every bit of the money that the bowlers put into the tournament. It covers their expenses, it covers lineage, it covers all the different things that cost, and nothing doesn't cost anymore, so it covers all these things that...
Yeah, and they got a big staff in here running the event too. So absolutely, kudos to Tamara Dunning and the entire staff here and the proprietor here. Dave's an awesome guy. Had a chance to talk to him for a little bit. Just a fantastic guy.
Definitely nobody can complain when you have an equal or more payout than the bowlers actually put into an event. That's for sure. Tommy Hess wasn't happy with that shot, and he got away with something there.
I was going over the bowler resumes here just a little bit in front of us and just the talent pool that's here. Matt Gasson. Oh, we've been seeing some pins bounce, so if you ever see a 710, we need to call it because that's an instant highlight we can put up there. Farrell Williams. What a break, and sometimes you need a break, and that's for a triple. He goes strike, spare, triple now, and he's still just trying to find his line. That's
Farrell has some fans.
Oh, he does.
I was listening
Yes,
back behind.
he does.
I heard clapping.
He's the king of 60 feet.
Yep.
I'm going to bounce out of here. I'm going to take you down in case you want to see how your favorite team's bowling. This is the other half of the field down here. Once again, we got Miller and Barrett taking on Miller and Sherman taking on Bittenbender and Barrett. Justice and Henninger taking on McCarthy and Kyle Barnes. I'm
going to go out on a limb and say Brad wasn't very happy with that shot.
Correct.
Or the result. He might have been happy with that shot. I don't know.
I'm going to take you back to earlier today when Brad Miller was begging for a strike.
and it didn't work. Gosh, I hope he watches this.
I will email him that clip. Actually, I might go tweet it out real quick.
Well, that's awesome. Yeah, that's great. I didn't think about doing something like that. That's pretty cool.
All right, I just got to find where they go. Peppy just picked a split down here, and I'd moved it off of that camera.
I apologize.
Got to think where these things go.
Tom Hess looking for a... He wasn't happy with that either. He's coming back shaking his head, but it struck. And I think he's closer, at least now, for what he was looking for. So Farrow up now on lane 14. Carried one that he didn't expect to carry. And this one goes through the nose too, and he tries to do the same hit, but he leaves the 310. Novak pretty solid there for his third in a row.
This is real interesting to me. not sure where these things save. I'd like to go post it. I just don't know how to. I just don't know how to get to it.
Can you search your hard drive for the name of the?
Well, I renamed it in the actual thing, but I think it's defaulting back to its number.
Oh, got it.
But I would like to put this out there. I think
Yep.
it would be fun.
Anthony once again up and very solid. He's got a good look in this final so far, from what I understand.
He's a tremendous bowler.
Yes. Chris Vi is playing so straight. Wow, that's interesting for a two-handed bowler.
Oh, I see where this goes now.
He was almost pointing on lane 12, Mike, just now.
Just curious.
Andrew Anderson just smashes a strike over there.
I hate doing that. They need to get these things to tell them.
It's a very tight match. Lane 11 and 12 is going to be a tight match all day, the way it looks, because I don't think it's easy to carry over there, and both teams are very even. Hess rolls a 2 there, a little bit late, not total roll on a 2, but a little bit late, and doubles up.
It won't let you upload an MOV file, I guess, on Twitter.
You probably have to do it, making an MP4 and AVI, I would imagine.
That doesn't seem
See, the
fair.
whole world doesn't love Apple like you do, Mike.
I know. It just frustrates me less by using Apple products.
I totally get it.
I wonder if Facebook would take an MOV.
I'm all about having you less frustrated.
And I appreciate that.
Novak just, they're shaking their head over here like they're not expecting the reaction on 13 and 14, and we just had Bittenbender and Barrett go 100 over on this pair.
It is today, the 23rd
It is
or the 24th?
23rd.
That's weird.
What?
Oh, that's 16.
It looked like it was 17 to me. Oh, so it is 16 there. Wow.
Yesterday.
Hey, Debbie.
I don't know. I can't upload it right now.
All right.
I wanted to upload it.
We'll have some time next game to possibly work on that. Could you look at going on a walkabout?
I will.
Okay. Anderson comes up light and leaves a 2-4-5. Shanna Pluhowski's solid 8, and she's picking that up. So it looks like she's got 175 in the 8th with a, or 176 in the 8th. These are kind of funny scorers, folks. It gives us a number in the box before there's a fill on a spare or a fill on a strike or even a spare or a strike. And so I'm looking at a number that sits there and it's not the real number. So 176 in the 8th with the spare up in the 9th for Pluhowski. Chris Vi's got a double leading into the 9th frame. It looks like on the other side, Gasson's got 130 something in the 8th with a double up going into the 10th frame. And Anderson did not make the spare, so he's got 204 in the 9th with an open. So on lanes 11 and 12, as you're watching now, Chris Vi is going for a 10-pin spare. And these lanes are down here are going to finish before the other side, so we're going to finish watching these guys.
226 and 218 are the max scores for that team. 195 for Shannon Plahowski on a max score. All right, take that back.
I was going to say
they just flipped
correct.
out.
Yeah.
Matt Gasson can bowl 195. Andrew Anderson can bowl 234. It can be 226 for Shannon Plahowski, and it can be 218 for Chris Vi. And you're right, these pairs are going to finish. Well, at least this first pair, 11 and 12, will finish first. Gasson's getting a handful today. Steve Novak's got that ball tipping in just like a really cool kind of way. Even when he gets it in, it still hits.
Mike, I love that. I mean, I told you that one of the guys that I bowl with on Tuesday nights got one of those, and I like seeing that.
That was a mental mistake there for Anthony Pepe with that open in the 8th frame.
Yeah.
Going by the 3-pin, just sailing by it. But Farrell Williams, he's been able to muster together a game here. Hasn't been necessarily pretty, but this is what we were talking about yesterday. You got to bail your partner out and help him out. Pepe helped Farrell during the first game, and now Farrell's helping Pepe during this game.
All right, so 14 is jumping on these guys. They're not expecting that to happen, and I've seen a number of balls go through the nose over here. I just don't think they're as deep as Bettenden or Barrett were. Nice shot from Matt.
Yeah, Matt really finished strong there with the last 5 with the impulse solid.
So 195?
195, yep. 214 for Shannon Plahowski.
Thank you.
I'm actually here with Matt. Maybe he'll talk to me. I'm really liking that impulse solid in your hand, dude. What's up with that ball in you?
I just like really controllable balls. I can feel like I can be myself and hit it as hard as I want, and it won't overreact or just reads the lane really well. So just trying to control the pocket, and carry here has been pretty good. So.
Did you not get in a single spot?
No.
There's a lot of people that would like to cast stones at you for not getting in a single spot. You go and shoot 803 in singles at one of the hardest bowling tournaments in the world, and then you come here and don't get in a single spot? What's up with that?
I honestly just forgot to go do it. Came here to bowl.
Okay, well, if you want me to start being your financial manager, just let me know.
You're more than welcome to.
All right, man. I know your dad's watching. Any shout out for Dad?
Hi, Dad.
What about your mom?
Hi, Mom.
Okay. I'm his life coach, too, just like Cameron Doyle.
Just like Cameron Doyle.
I like it that the guys will talk to me, or ladies. I'll get Shannon and Aaron to talk to me in a little bit, too. It is cool there are 2 girls in this field. We did not mention that. 2 girls in this finals, I should say. So Andrew Anderson doubles in the 10th frame. Old double A. Possible 234 now for Anderson. Chris Vi. Spare baby split in the 10th frame. So 214 for Shannon. 205 for Chris Vi. Andrew Anderson shows up, throws a double in the 10th frame. They're going to get a W. Andrew Anderson, 234. Matt Gasson, 194. Double A, nice finish. That's all important 30 bonus pins, Dennis.
Yes, it is, and it's a 10-pin win, Mike.
You want to take us down to 5 through 8?
Absolutely, I do.
Give you a little update on what's going on here. Aaron McCarthy's up right now, can bowl 225. Make that 224 for Aaron.
She's finished.
She is.
Okay, 224.
She's going to bowl 6 more games after this, but she's finished in that particular game.
Thank you, sir. Oh, nice. And she's bowling Justice and Henninger?
Yep.
Okay.
And Justice just finished up with 221. 221 for Rick Justice.
Okay. Is it apparent who's going to win that match yet?
It is.
Could I know that?
Barnes and McCarthy.
Thank you. That's good information, Mike. Thank you.
You're welcome. And Kyle Barnes just totally donked it off and crossed over Brooklyn for a 5-pin. Not one of his most beautiful moments if you're just tuning in. But he started with the first 5, 8 spare, double, 8 spare, and then that horrendous shot when we turned the camera back down on him. Mark Henninger gets the first strike in the 10th frame, can bowl 202. But McCarthy and Barnes already have the match locked up. And in the Battle of St. Louis, Tim Barrett bowls 146. 146 for Barrett.
Wow.
And Brad Miller can fill it up here by striking out in the 10th frame on his 12th shot, and he does. Triples in the 10th frame for 166.
So Farrell just finished down here with a 257 after that last game. And Hess was 191.
Shea Bittenbender can bowl 280. 280, and he's got the first hit in the 10th, bailing out his partner Tim Barrett. That's what you need in a team.
Okay, Pepe strikes here. So he can go 211, so they could go 68 over by themselves, and they're going to win this match. So that is Pepe and Williams with a win.
I have a final for Henninger and Justice. Justice had the 221, Henninger 192.
Okay, thank you.
And Kyle Barnes finished with 244.
244. And that was a win, we said.
Yep.
Okay, I'm looking here at Pepe going for a second ball in the 10th, and Novak is looking at. So Pepe and Novak is going to lose.
Pepe and Williams are going to win. Novak and Hess are going to lose.
Yeah, Novak and Hess are going to lose. Novak's looking at 230, so they'll be 30 over, but Pepe's got no, it's not on. It's not on.
I've got scores down here for you.
Thank you. Tell me what.
267 for Shea Bittenbender.
Thank you.
To go along with Barron's 146.
Okay.
That's 413, right?
It is.
166 for Brad Miller.
Yep.
And Kyle Sherman now with a strike on this ball can bowl 238. Oh, wow. 4. He got 4. So how about 232?
232. Got it. So they lose.
Yep, Barron and Bittenbender get the win, and you should have all the scores for down here now.
I do have all the scores for down there, and I'm looking for a Novak score here, which is 216 and 200 for Pepe. So I have all the scores, and I have all the wins and losses now over here. So let's do some work. What do you think? 457, 407. 468. 413. So let's go over and take a look at what we got here now, Mike. What do you think? Here we go. So we got a 32-pin lead for Pepe and Williams now after that recovery from Farrow. They are in a 32-pin lead over Gasson and Anderson. Novak and Hess in third place, 57 pins out of the lead. Bittenbender and Barrett, even with Tim's horrible game that game, 149 out of the lead. So a big separation between 3 and 4 right now. And the last, and it kind of bunched up there, and then the last three kind of bunched up too. In fifth place, McCarthy and Barnes. Pulaski and Vi in sixth. Sherman and Miller dropped to seventh. Justice and Henninger in eighth place right now.
Okay, and taking you around the horn, we've got Aaron McCarthy and Kyle Barnes taking on Chris Vi and Shannon Plahowski. Right next door, it looks like we have Tim Barrett and Shea Bittenbender taking on Farrell Williams and Anthony Pepe. And down here on 11 and 12, we have Rick Justice and Mark Henninger taking on Steve Novak and Tom Hess. And on 13 and 14, right here in front of our booth, we are going to have Matt Gasson and Andrew Anderson taking on Brad Miller and Kyle Sherman. Those are your matchups for game number 3 here at the 2017 Boom Doubles. Want to thank Hammer and Classic Products for their sponsorship. And I want to thank you for watching today on Inside Bowling. Mike Flanagan, Dennis Hacker here with you. As we've got 16 very talented bowlers out there after the 81 team field took to the lanes all day yesterday. 4 games of cashers qualifying this morning. And you're watching game number 3 just get underway. We'll have 4 more games for you, and then that all-important position round. Don't forget 30 bonus pins for each win for each team that defeats their opponent.
And Mike, we're on a good pace today so far. It's 12-19 right now for 2 games already done. I'm thinking, I don't know for sure that I'm estimating a time, but I mean, it's 20 after 12 right now. Maybe 3:30.
Yeah.
I mean, that's good.
Could be.
Considering we both have long drives.
We'll see how it shakes out
today when we get finished. I should have flown from Little Rock. I didn't even think about it. I should have. I mean, I didn't think about being down here and doing that, but I could have not worried about anything this evening and just flown from here and drove home whenever I got back from Vegas. But I got a nice seat in first class going out there, Mike, so I don't think I'm going to change my flight. Mike, there's a question in the chat asking what ball is Aaron rolling now. It doesn't look like the Cyberg Pearl anymore. I'll get that question answered for you, Justin. Mike's socializing down there right now, but behind lane 7 and 8. See, yeah, Mike can see what Mike is talking about with
all right, Dennis, I got some things set up here. Ashley Cole is part of the Inside Bowling team. She's going to be working the IB Open next weekend.
Right.
And she's here watching her friends bowl. She loves bowling.
Right.
And she's been wanting to get involved with the broadcast, and it's just a matter of trying to find the right timing to set all that up, and I just found an opportunity to do so because I feel like we got this rolling pretty good. So she is going to fill the role that I've been doing, sending in the scores from those two pairs down there that are difficult to read from here.
Okay.
So she's going to join us in about the 7th frame.
Okay.
On. I will focus on clicking cameras, monitoring the chat, and you can continue to focus on your scores and communicate with Ashley on what you need from
Very
down
good.
there, and I will show the pictures and switch the cameras a little bit more.
Very
so
good.
that's what
All
we
right.
will do.
Appreciate that.
I don't
There
know
was
if
a
you
question.
want. I don't know if you want to double check these numbers.
I
of
will
yours.
double check them, but a question in the chat about what Erin might have changed to. They didn't think that she was throwing the Cyborg Pearl anymore.
So that would be a great question for Ashley to find an answer to. She could go down and ask Erin McCarthy what ball she may have switched to, and then we'll hear her pop on with the answer to that. So that's how this is going to roll.
Very nice. And I am very happy to let you know that Excel is doing its job.
Good.
Because all the numbers check with what we got from the office.
Perfect.
Erin switched to the Delirium.
There she is. The Delirium. That was the voice of Ashley. It was very fast.
Thanks, Ashley.
You're welcome.
Ashley Dupree-Dickey in the chat said that you are an incredible bowler and he would love to meet you someday.
Well, tell him that we can arrange that very soon.
You just did.
That is great. Hi, Irish Pogie.
There's a man I would like to talk to.
Yeah, Irish Pogie, we're looking for the 1978
Rolaids
Rolaids Open. Who passed away? Gary Patterson.
Gary Patterson
passed away in St. Louis.
The son of Pat Patterson, who was on the Budweiser's team, the famous one that had 38-58 for all those decades. And he just passed away, and we are looking for footage from the 1978 Rolaids Open, if you could help us out with that. You're famous for that, by the way.
Check out Irish Pogie's YouTube channel. Make sure you go over and subscribe to that. John does a great job. He's been archiving bowling tournaments for probably 15 years. Well, 10 years at least. When did YouTube come out? Like 2005?
You know, I don't know that answer.
But he's been on there for a long time.
Cool.
People send him telecasts and stuff to post to YouTube. So, John, we need the 1978 Rolaids Open. We know you're going to find that for us. And we need it for, what do we need it for?
It's for the family. They're just looking for having footage of Gary's one shot on TV, basically.
Okay.
So he doesn't have it.
Well, John, you're just going to have to go find it for us. You're good at that kind of thing. I know you can do it. Farrell Williams back down here on the low end lanes is missing the head pin. I'm going to try
Is
it.
it such a difference between those pairs down there and where we're at over here? I mean, it obviously was a big difference for Tim Barron, who bowled down here earlier and shot real good in the first game. They were 100 over. John says his YouTube channel's been in existence since 2007.
I was in the ballpark.
Yeah. I enjoy watching those videos too. As a matter of fact, my name was on one recently, and I didn't know it. A buddy of mine from the Navy sent me a Facebook
In
message
the Navy.
to tell me that. Thank you, for the singing, Mike.
Thank you for your service in the Navy,
Thank you.
Dennis.
You're welcome. But back with what I was telling you about last night, the Team USA deal. Denny Schreiner was announcing and actually did a news segment on one of the PBA shows at one point, and they talked about the qualifiers for Team USA that year, and I was listed as one of the military
That's awesome.
on a graphic on a PBA telecast. So. So we're in. This is active right now.
Yes.
Okay, so we're looking at lanes 5 through 8. That was Anthony Pepe down there, and so then we got to see Farrell miss the head pin, and what the lane reaction might have been down there. I see what you mean about Matt getting a handful in front of us down
He
here.
really is getting a handful.
And it is a very even reacting bowling ball, like he was talking about too. So he can get out there and do that. And there's some string to strikes out here.
All right, folks. I don't know if this is going to work or not. You're not going to get the scores with this, but here's my attempt to show you everybody bowling at once. You ready? Tell me if you like that shot or not.
Thanks, John. Appreciate that.
This is called the Please Everyone cam. You would not miss a ball of competition if all I did was show this for the rest of the day. I'm not going to, per se, but this gives you an opportunity to at least see how everyone's attacking the lanes. The only thing I could maybe do a little better with this is I could probably put the low end on the top and put the high end on the bottom. And we did not just have an earthquake here. It was one of the bowlers setting their bowling ball on a table.
Yeah.
You'll notice they won't shake simultaneously, and if it was an earthquake, both cameras would shake simultaneously.
But so would the monitor, so we might not even see it.
That's right.
And so would we. Kyle Sherman left a solid 10 there.
Jeff Cotton wanted to send a message to Ashley. He said, "Hello, Ashley. Wish I could have made it no partner. Maybe next year for sure."
Maybe next year, Jeff, you can get you a partner and come out and join some of these festivities.
You know, I hear that he could come see us next weekend too, Ashley.
Oh, that would definitely be great. Come on out. I'll be there.
Indianapolis.
We're on the way.
You know, Mike, like I told you, I really wish at some point, you know, that I could have been in Indianapolis, but I hope you don't mind that I'm going to be enjoying some Pie Gal probably while they're qualifying.
No, that's fine.
On Friday and Saturday, I would imagine.
Put an extra $1 up for me if you don't mind once in a while.
You mean in the bonus?
Yeah, the bonus.
circle?
I want to be part of the bonus.
And should I tip the dealer as well?
Once you're up, I tip the dealer heavily. When I'm down, I don't, and that's probably a negative thing. That's probably why I don't win at Pie Gal.
So we went to the casino here yesterday.
Oh, listen to this. Okay.
And it was very different from any other casino that I had ever been to. So instead of them giving you chips, everyone got like an iPad in front of them. And you bet on your iPad. So essentially no one at the table can see what you bet. And to signal for the dealer to either give you a card, or you're going to stand, or you're going to split, you do it on the iPad as well.
Wow.
Was the name of the casino the iCasino?
No, it was called Oakland Park and Gambling or something like that. It used to it was just a horse race place, and they added the casino just within the last year or so.
Wow. Did you win a lot of money?
I broke even.
Okay, well, hey.
I did hit a straight flush on 3-card poker. I had ace, king,
That's
queen,
very
of
nice.
heart. My very first hand I sat down. And that wasn't even my game to play because I'm a blackjack player. But I was losing, or I should say I started losing. So I just left when I was up. I had doubled my money. So I went to 3-card poker because that's where Sid was playing at. And my very first hand, I sat down and I caught that. And he hadn't been catching nothing. I said, see, you just needed me. Lady luck.
Right. So Ashley, I thought when you first started with this casino being different than any place else that you'd ever been before, the picture of Chevy Chase and Randy Quaid from Vegas Vacation popped into my mind. Where you walk in there and they're playing War at one table.
Well, I didn't see none of that.
Think of a number between 1 and 10.
Yeah.
7. Nope, sorry,
Nope,
it
sorry.
was 4.
It was pretty cool though. It was about 50 minutes away from here.
You've got a problem. That's a long way to go
Hey, it was not.
to get your gamble on. What was on the? Are you a Spotify person or an iTunes Music, or do you make a personal playlist for in the car, or what do you do?
No, I just usually cut on Pandora. I'm so behind.
Pandora. You are behind. I'm behind too. Think about making some Spotify playlists that people can go listen to, like the bowler's workout music.
Yeah, in between games and commercial breaks, I think you should play music. That'll be good.
Well, there is an issue with that actually. YouTube will pull us down for copyright, so they would have to be original songs. That's why I sing so much on the air.
Wow.
Trying to get a deal.
Shay stuffed the 8-pan.
Yeah, he did.
Beautiful shot there. Oh, my goodness.
I wanted to bring in the scores here. I'll take you down to the low end now, and then I'll bring back in my double-decker bus shot.
Gasson with the big spare there, the 1, 2, 6, 10.
We're watching Chris Vi right now. In deep.
And it wasn't very long ago, Mike, he was pointing. Remember? I told you, well, as far right as he could be.
Now we've got every ball being delivered on the screen for you.
My my playlist in the truck on the way home is MLB.
Yeah.
Yep.
MLB, baby.
There'll be a Sunday night game for me to listen to on the way home, and then a little talk radio afterwards. I might even call in to the station tonight and have a baseball conversation, or maybe I have a bowling conversation with them on the MLB network.
There you go.
What do you think?
I like it.
We were doing baseball here yesterday.
We were. Thanks, John, for coming in and joining us, Irish Pogie. Thanks for being part of the broadcast.
Thank you, sir, and appreciate the efforts on trying to get that 1978 tournament.
Yep, we need the Rolaids open.
Yep. Heard it was a lefty fest. Everybody that beat him and everybody that he lost to, from what I heard on that, was a lefty. Dave Davis was on that show. I think Earl Anthony was on that show.
I don't want to say it. See, sometimes there's words that crop into my mind, which means when there's a lot of people doing something, that's the word I was thinking of, and I wanted to say that word, but I'm not going to say that word.
Okay. Andrew Anderson. Saving his... Actually, I was going to say saving his partner, but he's not saving his partner. His partner's doing a good job, too. Here.
Aaron McCarthy. Bada boom. Was that a ball change back? That looked like the Cyborg Pearl there, but she did throw the Delirium. I don't know. It's small on my screen here.
Let me find out.
Yeah.
Mike, Kyle Sherman's got that reaction that I saw yesterday late happening right now. That Mako's just going crazy through the pocket down there.
She said she's having some operator errors here, so she changed to the Cyborg Pearl.
I thought that was a Cyborg Pearl.
Yeah, she can max out for 195.
Okay, so she can max out for 195. Kyle Barnes can max out for
226.
Okay, so they can get to 20 over, and they're bowling their opponents. What can they do?
Let's see. Via has 2-0, 203.
Okay, so 203 for Chris Vi.
And Shannon has 235.
Okay, so about they can get to 40 over, but that 9 pin there now 30 over. And then next door over there, Bittenbender and Barrett.
Barrett is on. He's on 266.
Nice.
So
Big
he
recovery.
just 9-pinned.
Still a big recovery from last game then. I mean, he shot 160 last game, so.
And Shay has 249.
So Ashley, when you're ready, I'll take individual scores if you just tell me the name of the player and what
Final scores.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the final scores whenever they shoot.
Okay.
And then if you can give me, if there's a match that's decided, if you can see that if it's going to be a definite win or loss, you can let me know what those teams are as well.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And Farrow and Pepe down there.
Farrow has 196 max.
Okay.
And Pepe has 256.
Okay, so right now, pretty big lead for Barrett and Bittenbender. You got 3 guys down there and getting to almost the 250s.
They're bowling Farrow.
Yeah.
Okay. So probably a loss there.
Yeah, it's a little early to call that though, but
Just penciling it in.
yeah. I've been burned on that a couple times up here.
And that's a flip-flop on Shannon and Chris.
Yep.
These screens are funny looking.
Yes,
they
I've been having
highlight
that same
one, and I
problem.
think it's that person, but it's really the next person. It's
Right.
weird.
Yeah, it is a little weird. It's a 20-pin match down there. We know that. It's
That's a
pretty
good
close.
point in the chat. That was very nice there. Excellent idea to show both of them because you can't read the score screens anyways. So, and we know that these are
You can read it sometimes, depending on what lane it's on.
Yeah. Brad Miller wanted that one bad.
So looking at the scores here, Tom Hess can still bowl 248, I think is the number.
I believe it's 258, Mike. If he doubles here.
Oh yeah, that is a strike up. Yep. 258 is correct. Possible 205 for Rick Justice.
Matt Gaston's going to shoot 209 with another strike here.
You got Hess and Novak for a win here. It's in the books.
Okay. Hessen Novak over Justice and Henninger.
It's a double for Tom Hess.
Okay. Brad Miller's going to shoot 230. Cal could shoot 250. No, 220.
Yep, 228.
Yep.
Andrew Anderson's been bowling. He's a beast.
Right.
That guy, he's on fire right now.
So that'd be 61. And that means that Kyle doubles. He shuts out Gasson and Anderson down here.
Brad Miller just lackadaisically going up and throwing the ball.
Yep.
And it's a lackadaisical result.
That sucks.
I don't know why you would do that.
I don't either.
I don't know what that was. 229 for Brad Miller.
Unless he knows that it's over. I don't think that it's over.
I don't think it's over either. Possible 209 for...
205 for Justice up there.
Yep, that's in the books. 205 for Justice. 256 for Hess. Out for Justice. Great movie, Steven Seagal. Kyle Sherman.
So he goes 228. That's 57.
Yep. Yes,
And they
go
gave
209.
he
just
pitch,
gave away count.
He gave away the match possibly.
Yeah.
If Gasson goes out here, they win by a pin no matter what happens.
Yes, there is a doubles that we run in December.
Aaron finishes with 173.
Thank you. Gasson's goes out.
Shannon 213.
Thank you.
Kyle Sherman, this is a big shot here. Double here in the 10th frame.
Oh, my.
Leaves 4 pin. So possible 217 for Sherman. And Andrew Anderson and Matt Gasson are going to get the win.
Farrell has a possible 185 with Pepe's possible 224.
Okay.
Timmy has 245 max. Shay has 213 max.
So that's a win for Bittenbender.
Yep, I called that.
And Barron.
So
Yes, you did.
what do we got over here on the bottom? There's a stop sign. We got a stop sign.
Yep. I'll get that for you in just a moment.
Okay.
191.
And that was
Henninger.
And Tim 710s on the first ball in the 10th.
Uh-oh.
okay. And 246 for
Steve Novak. So that's 500
Wow.
for Hess and Novak.
502. Yes.
Yeah, 502. Kyle Sherman throws a strike shot. So they shoot 445 and lose to Anderson and Gasson. Anderson continues to just absolutely win games for this team. 209 for Matt Gasson, 249 Andrew Anderson. That's a W. Those pairs are done. I'm going to take you just down to where Ashley is on 5 and 6 and 7 and 8.
Tim finishes with 213.
Thank you.
213.
Thank you.
Kyle Barnes just missed a head pin to the right.
Are we calling a win?
And Kyle finishes with 203, so that will be a win for Shannon and Chris.
203 for Kyle. And what did Chris shoot? Do we have that or not?
He's
yet?
got a fill ball, right?
Okay, got it.
Yeah, Chris is throwing his fill ball now, but he can shoot 215.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 225. And 223.
223 for Vi, and that I think that was 213 for Shannon. Was
Correct.
that right?
All right. Looking for Pepe Williams. Williams and then Pepe, obviously, because that's the order they're bowling. And then
What did Farrell have?
Williams 184.
184.
And Pepe can strike out for 224. He's on a strike in the 9th.
He's up now, right side of your screen.
And he gets the first one.
Pepe's bowled really solid today. He's just hasn't bowled like a really big game, but he's dealing with this roller coaster ride of a partner in Farrell Williams today. Farrell Williams bowled 290 earlier. He's bowled some low games as well. And Shea can't carry. I've seen him leave so many run over the rack single pins.
Right. His light hit 7 pins have been up there, and then he'll get on a roll and then flat a 10. You know, just because the ball just slides a little bit too far.
So this would be a win for Tim and Shay.
Right. They got that. So that's good.
Shay finishes with 213 also.
They're good partners.
And Pepe also shoots 213.
Wow. Thank you.
Between these two pairs, there were 4 213s. I feel like that's like a lottery number.
Go play the pick 3 tonight in your home state. There's actually websites out there where you can play the pick 3 in every state.
Wow.
You just get in on every one. They pay you out.
So Novak and Hess are still holding on to first place, Mike. 19 pins behind them are Gasson and Anderson now. Pepe and Williams in third. They're 78 pins out of first place. Then there's a break between them. It's a 90 pin gap. It's Bittenbender and Barrett in 4th place. And then it's about a 170 pin gap to Sherman and Miller. In 6th is Justice and Henninger. Those two guys are those two teams are about 60 pins apart. And then it's 238 pins between Justice and Henninger and McCarthy and Barnes. So big separation at the bottom. McCarthy and Barnes, and then Pluhowski and Vi.
There we go.
Whoops. Disregard.
Disregard.
Yep. I didn't put in a couple of scores. That didn't sound right to me, so I went back and checked. Let's look at it again. What do you think? Because that didn't make sense. We were right down to the top 4. Pluhowski and Vi is actually in 5th place at 244 pins out of 1st. McCarthy and Barnes 262 pins out of 1st, so we're only 18 pins between the two of them. And then the separation after that. Sherman and Miller 343 out of 1st place. Justice and Henninger at 402 out of 1st place.
So our matchups here on 11 through 14, we've got Aaron McCarthy and Kyle Barnes just getting underway. Aaron Stoner, trusty Cyborg Pearl. They're taking on Farrell Williams and Anthony Pepe. You've got Shea Bittenbender and Tim Barrett taking on Shannon Polhowski and Chris Vi. Down on lanes 5 and 6, you have Brad Miller and Kyle Sherman taking on Tom Hess and Steve Novak. And rounding out our matchups here on lanes 7 and 8, it is Andrew Anderson and Matt Gasson taking on Rick Justice and Mark Henninger. Those are your matchups for this game number 4 of the 2017 Boom Doubles. Mike Flanagan here with you, along with Dennis Hacker, and we're joined by our sideline reporter now, Ashley Cole. Is that the right name for you, Ashley? You've got so many weird names on Facebook and stuff. What's the deal? Are you Dominique? Are you...
So let me tell you the story. Dominique is my actual middle name.
Okay.
And Pumpkin is actually my dancing name.
Okay.
So I don't use my last name on Facebook, obviously, because I don't need to.
So Ashley
Pumpkin Dominique.
Dominique.
Yeah.
Ashley Pumpkin APDC APDC. It's like ACDC.
Yeah.
APD.
Actually, in my initials, without my, nickname, is ADC, and I have a tattoo, and a lot of people think it says ABC, but it's actually ADC.
Okay, but you could convert the D into a B fairly easily with just one additional line.
I could.
Yeah.
Which I'm gonna have to.
Oh yeah. You wanna discuss that, or you good on that? Okay.
That's in the near future, coming soon.
Okay. Coming to a theater near you.
Coming to a theater near you.
Okay. If you're just joining us today, I've built this camera system here to where you can see every ball go down the lane. The jury's still out on whether or not you like it or not. So far, people like it. Gives you a chance to follow your favorite bowler. We have 8 teams bowling, and we've got 8 lanes up on your screen right now.
So they like it because of a default. I think if you could actually read the scores, they'd probably want to see the scores too.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I got a little side note on that. Give me a second.
Yep. It looks like we're sitting right directly behind 13 and 14. We were able to watch these guys throw from right behind, and it looks like lane 14 is starting to mess with people a little bit. It's jumping through the nose when they're not expecting it to do that. So we'll watch that. Thanks for the feedback, guys, on the shot on the cameras.
I think I'm safe to say that Tom is the oldest player in this field.
Tom Hess, you're saying. That's because I'm not bowling.
Shame on me for not suggesting this, like, ball 4 of the tournament. But I just talked to the guy at the desk, and they are going to change the colors of the monitors to be more contrasting, like black and white, to see if they'll show up better.
Oh.
And I think they will.
And how did we know? I mean, they've been this way all weekend. We didn't even know that was.
This is their default open play colors.
Got it.
Ooh, Tim Barrett did not think he was going to pick that up.
This could be an advantage for Shannon and Chris down here because lane 14 is messing with people right now. There's balls jumping through the nose when they're not expecting that to happen from the right. And that half of that team doesn't have to deal with that right now. So
it's just about 1 o'clock. I am liking this pace of play, Dennis. You're right. About 25 minutes a game. I'd be interested to know, do you have match play records there?
yes, as a matter of fact.
Like, could you go through and kind of tell us if anybody's undefeated or if
Absolutely.
nobody's won yet, stuff like that?
Matt Gasson and Andrew Anderson are 3-0 right now, so that's 90 bonus pins. And if you look at where they're at in the standings, they're 19 pins out of first, whereas the team that is in first has only won a game, so they've made up 60 pins. It'd be 79 pins out if they didn't win those two matches that the first place team had.
Novak and Hess have only won one game.
They've only won one game so far. I'm sorry. Novak and Hess have won 2 games.
2 games.
I looked at the guys who were in first. Pepe and Williams have only won 1 game.
Okay.
And they've dropped into third.
78 pins out of the lead.
Right. And then on the other side, Bittenbender and Barrett, who started out in 8th place, are also undefeated, 3-0, and they've moved up to 4th place now because of that. So Sherman and Miller and Justice and Henninger have both lost all their games.
I got another shot for you of Tim Barrett. I'm going to take you there now.
See what I mean about what that ball's doing right in front of the pocket down there?
Yeah.
And it did it to Shea in the second frame as well. So it'll be interesting what move he makes right now because he's got strikes both times on the other lane, and they said he's been striking a lot so far. So it'll be interesting to see what he does on this one shot here.
Mike, great suggestion on the screen changes. Look at that.
Wow. I got to show the folks at home.
You did an amazing job. I can see now.
Are you guys ready for this? Look at those scores, ladies and gentlemen. Can you read them now? Bueller.
I love it.
Anyone?
Very good.
Now, if you're ever in the chat again and this problem is happening, type into the chat the first day of the tournament in the first frame of the first game and say, Mike, you going to do something about those scoreboards?
Do a replay real quick.
Okay. What am I looking at?
We were looking for Shea over here. I don't know. We probably didn't get it because he wasn't.
Yeah, I'm down on the other end.
You're on the other end. Remember I said let's see what Shea does here because his ball jumped through the head.
Uh-huh.
Or jumped through the head pin. Look what happened. Super wash. And he's scratching his head now.
Yeah, he doesn't know what to do on that lane now. Chris Vai's got a double, or I'm sorry, 4 in a row on that lane.
And I was thinking it was going to be Shannon that was going to make it strong here. She just carried light. Good angle out there.
Oh, Farrell would have picked the 7-10. Take you down to lanes 5 through 8 now. Get a glance at the scores down here. I think I smell chicken fingers. I think that's what I smell. That's a good question. How many 7-10s has Farrell picked in his career? I would imagine a few with that rocket launcher he's got.
And if pins bounce like they bounce here, I mean, that one pin yesterday made it all the way up here to the first row of dots in the middle of the lane.
I'd like to see Osku Palermo and Farrell Williams bowl a 10-game match on 10-pound pins.
Wow.
That would be entertaining. On a house shot, I'd put it on a wall.
Right. Andrew Anderson, solid 9. I mean, Chris Vai, solid 9.
How great is the youth of our game right now with guys like Anderson and Vai? I mean, these are guys under 25 years old.
Yeah.
In the chat, tell us how old Chris Vai is. And Andrew Anderson, if you know. And then, of course, I'm going to use that as a reputable source. Whatever they type into the chat, I'm going to take as gospel, by the way.
Absolutely, because the chat always knows.
The chat is very, very knowledgeable. 22 for Vi. Jeff Cotton. Jeff Cotton says 22. Do you really know, Jeff, or are you guessing? $22 for Vi, 20 for Anderson. Simonson's what? 18, 19?
I think 19.
Cotton's taking a guess.
Yeah.
I have the age on Andrew, but I want to see what the chat says.
Okay. I'm going to say Andrew's 21. That's going to be my guess.
You might be onto something, huh?
Okay.
What's the chat saying how old he is?
2021.
He's 21. He'll be 22 on May 10th.
All right. And got some people saying Vi is 24. Sure, some people are doing some Facebook stalking right now.
Kyle's pretty young, too. Sherman?
Kyle is young.
Yeah.
What's Kyle, 22? That'd be my guess.
Yeah, I don't give him no more than 20. Hell, I don't even know if he's 21 yet.
I saw him consuming an alcoholic beverage sometime in the last year.
Well,
in a
you
bowling
see a
center?
lot of illegal things happen before age.
I don't think so in this particular case. He's
Yeah,
got too,
you're right.
He's got too much to
great
lose.
parents,
Yeah, he's got too much to lose in a bowling center. Now, I'm not saying that he wouldn't maybe be back in a hotel room, but I've actually seen him drink in a bowling center one alcoholic beverage in the last year. Eddie Bird sending in 22 to 23 on Sherman. This is like a Calcutta.
You were wrong about Kyle. He's 23.
He is 23, okay. Yeah. Well, He was 16 when he bowled the first IB Open, and this will be the 7th year. So I should have.
Wow.
Oh, you had the history and the facts.
I had the math equation.
I just shake my head, Mike, sometimes when I'm thinking about those kids. I mean, you know them as 16 and 17-year-olds, and they just don't ever change in your mind. You know what I mean? Until they got gray in their beard.
I think Gasson's about 26.
Yeah, probably.
I think you're right about him. I think Gasson is about 25, 20. Well, definitely 26.
He's been out of college for 3 years? Probably?
Couple years. Maybe 3 now. See, time really flies.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
You know, I'm about 2 years in with working with Ebonite International. It seems like 2 months.
Okay, so let's write these updates down. So Tom has max 214,
Okay.
and Novak has max 268.
All right.
Brad has max 246, and Kyle is on 290.
Oh. So it's too early to call a winner yet there.
Too early to call there. They're in the 7th frame.
Right. So, Mike, I told you that both youth tournaments for the Missouri State start this weekend.
Matt will be 26 in November, according to Billy Gasson, his father. That's a pretty good source.
I would say.
He was probably there on day 1.
Rick Justice has max 193, and Mark has max 230.
And they're bowling who?
They're bowling
and
Anderson
Gasson.
and Gasson, and
Okay.
Matt has 221 max, and Andrew has 221 max.
So it's close there, too. But, I mean, they could win their 4th game here out of 4.
They could, but Andrew just went right through the face for the
Right
big 4.
through the face.
Oh.
And we'll give you a verbal update from down here on 11 and 12, 13 and 14. Currently right now, Kyle Barnes is working on 3 in a row. He can still bowl 269. His partner, Aaron McCarthy, can still bowl 235. Farrell Williams has a double working. Can bowl 269 still. Still early on, halfway through the match. Big score still left out there. Possible 239 for Anthony Pepe. A little bit further along here, Shea Bittmender is now up in the 7th frame, and he stuffs a 9-pin. Shea can bowl 206, I believe. Chris Vi can still bowl 279. Shannon Plahowski can bowl 239.
Did we hear that Farrell and Pepe are the favorites? They got a nice cheering section back here.
They are the favorites, according to the odds makers. Doyle and Barnes were very similar as well. They are not here.
O'Doyle rules.
Shea can only bowl 206 now.
He's missed the head pin 4 times in this game.
Vi and Plahowski are cruising along and should win this game. Kyle Barnes with a single pin miss. Uncharacteristic. Just as I say that about Vi and Plahowski, Shannon goes through the face for a 4-6-7, just to make things interesting.
Thunderclouds.
Take you back down here to the low end. Andrew Anderson throwing at his 8-pin. Robert Curatolo says, "Who is the girl with the sexy voice?"
Aha!
Oh, buddy.
Justin C. in the chat feels old at age 33. I feel ancient at age 37. Dennis?
What? You said yesterday that I was. What was it? I was younger than my age.
Oh,
age
absolutely. Doesn't mean you don't carry a shovel around,
No,
though.
that's right. That's true.
So the match between Hess and
Thank you, Ashley,
Brad Miller.
for rescuing me on that one.
I heard my cue there.
Yep.
Has gotten tight. Let's see. Brad is 2-8-10 in the ninth. So let's see. He's gonna have a max of 210, 210-ish. And Kyle has 258. Yep, Kyle has 258 max. Brad has 214 max. Where Novak has 244 max. I'm sorry, 214 max.
Yeah, but now with that 6'10" he just
Yeah.
left, could be in the 190s. So here's Kyle Sherman. He's got an opportunity to step up here in the ninth frame, help his partner out. He's still got 250s left right here.
Yeah, he has 258 left.
And they've lost their first 3 matches, these guys. Oh, and he crumbles the 2-pin forward. Now I want to show you a couple of opposites here in just a second after Gasson throws. I want to show you the difference between clean living and non-clean living. So the first example I'm going to show you is Kyle Sherman. He lives clean, and this is what happens when you live clean. You pull the 2-pin forward quite often. And then you got these guys that live a little more dirty, like a Brad Miller. And this is what happens to you when you bowl right here. You have to beg, plead, beg, borrow, steal, and you still can't knock them all over.
That's just the agony of
He
defeat.
might get down on one knee. You know that's his signature.
I know, we just showed a replay in the booth. You can't see it down there. But there's Brad right there. There's the strike for him.
I just asked him how old he was because, you know, he was young at one point. He says he's 27. That's why he gets his hair cut so much, because he's balding.
Yep. He said he was young once.
Yeah.
So here's Hess up in the 10th frame now.
Yeah, Hess has 214 max.
What's amazing is I could actually make that out on the monitor now. Novak have 238 left, 236 left, something like that?
He has 236 left.
Oh, and there's Brad Miller with a strike again. 7-pin didn't stand that time. Matt Gasson with another strike there in the 10th frame.
Yeah, when Kyle came back off the lanes after his strike in the ninth, he whispered in Brad's ear because Brad had his head down looking frustration because he split in the ninth. Whatever he must have whispered to him worked.
You sure that's what he was doing?
You got
No
a final.
comment.
You got a final score down there for Gasson. What is it?
He has 200. Even.
And there's Tom Hess
Thank you.
flexing his muscles.
And Rick Justice finishes with 203. With the last 6 for 203. Way to save a game.
Thank you.
And their 2 anchor bowlers have what left?
Let's see. Henniger has 219 max. And Andrew has 188 max.
Okay, so Henninger and Justice are going to get the win.
Their first win of the day. And it's Gasson and Anderson's first loss of the day.
Craig Vi now chiming in, who was probably also there to see the birth live. Chris Vi's 25.
Brad with a 213 finish. Hess with a 214 finish. So Brad and Kyle will get this win.
Okay, thank you. And that's their first win of the day.
And they're probably going to jump through hoops. Steve Novak's really had to chase it in. When he was playing a little bit further to the right, he had the best reaction in the building, and now his reaction is just normal. He's come back to the field a little bit. I was talking earlier about watching Shannon throw at spares. She does not switch to a plastic ball, and she uses whatever ball she's currently throwing as a strike ball, and her roll going hard and straight at spares is something like, it's so unique to her, and she's such a great spare shooter with it.
That's definitely a talent, especially if you can defeat the engine that's built into the bowling ball. The bowling ball wants to hook when it gets to friction, and if you can defeat that engine, that's crazy.
Tim Barron on a fill ball, washes out, finishes with 212, Dennis. 212 for Tim Barron.
Thank you.
Shannon can only get to 187. They are bowling each other.
Mark Henninger finishes with 218. So 421 for them.
Thank you.
And they will get the win.
Right.
Kyle Sherman, bowl 250.
He shot 57. He ball changed on his fill ball.
257, Kyle Sherman.
Good.
Andrew did not like this pair. He finishes with 163.
And he's been bowling awesome,
that's
too.
That's going to hurt them. 187 for Shannon.
Novak finishes with 224.
So not a bad game for Hess and Novak.
224, you said. Okay. Even though they lost.
Shannon Plahowski finished with 187.
Right. And they're going to win. Maybe.
Not necessarily.
I miscalculated.
They should win, barring any sort of disaster. Shea up in the 10th, trying to make them show up here in the 10th frame anyway. A little slow. Got slow with it. So yes, now you can pencil in Vi and Plahowski for a win. Farrow and Pepe, McCarthy, Barnes are a full frame behind the rest of the field. So we will stay here and present this to you. Farrow's Boo here in the chat says, I know I'm late, just got back home, but great job on the score color change. Yeah. Newsflash, we need to do that much sooner instead of with 4 games to go in the tournament.
I was wondering earlier how he was in the chat talking and bowling. So they must have been Cass the whole time I was talking to this morning.
Yeah. She likes to live vicariously through Farrow, so she types under his name. Or they just don't feel like logging out of the browser and logging back in to someone else.
Hey, I can dig it. I did it this morning.
You were. Cass says, what's up, by the way?
Hey, girl. Miss you this weekend. Hope to see you soon.
194 for Bittenbender. Did you get that in?
Yeah, I did.
Chris Vi can still bowl 254. It's going to be fun to run down the leaderboard here after this game. See what we've got going on. Pharrell Williams now up in the 10th frame, second shot. Through the face, 3-6-10. He's reaching for the sky.
He's closer to the sky than most of us.
He is. Chris Vi throws a powerful strike ball, but because he just kind of just so casually and effortlessly gets to the line, it doesn't seem like he's doing much to make that happen. Like, you don't see like this aggressive follow through. It's so fluent that it just looks like no big deal.
Right.
He finishes with 254. He and Shannon Plahowski defeat Tim Barrett and Shea Bittenbender. 237 for Pharrell Williams. 211 for Aaron McCarthy. Kyle Barnes with that 4-pin. Gives the match to Pharrell and Pepe without Pepe having to do much here. Pepe and Pharrell get the win. Pepe can still bowl 204. That would give them 441. Aaron McCarthy posted 211, and now Kyle Barnes can get to 205. And as soon as that is complete, that will wrap up game number 4 here of these 8 games. Here it's 2017 Boom Doubles. Mike Flanagan, Dennis Hacker, and Ashley Cole here with you, bringing you the coverage all the way to the end. We had 81 teams take to the lanes yesterday in qualifying, and we're down to the 8 after the 4 games cashers round earlier today. We've already got bowlers taking part in the next game down on the low end. So they're going to get themselves out in a hurry. They'll have to wait after this next game. Maybe they're going to try to figure in a break, eat some chicken fingers and some French fries.
Could be.
All right, headed into game number 5 right now. Here we go. First look at it here. Chris Vi, Shannon Plahowski taking on Brad Miller and Kyle Sherman down on lane 7 and 8. And I'll let you know what's going to happen everywhere else. It looks like Aaron McCarthy and Kyle Barnes are going to take on Andrew Anderson and Matt Gasson down here on 13 and 14. Our other matchups look like it's going to be Shea Bittenbender and Tim Barrett on 11 and 12. And they are waiting for their opponents, which looks like it's going to be Hess and Novak.
The current leaders.
And then it will be Justice and Henninger versus Pepe and Williams down on 5 and 6. What do you got, Dennis, for the scores?
First place right now, Novak and Hess. 45 pins out is Pepe and Williams in second place. Gasson and Anderson in third place at minus 94. Bittenbender and Barrett minus 200 in the fourth position, followed closely by Pluhowski and Vi at minus 211. Sherman and Miller minus 281. McCarthy and Barnes at minus 284, and then Justice and Henninger at minus 389.
So just to keep in mind all these different positions, 8th place pays $1,200, 7th place pays $1,300, 6th pays $1,400, 5th place $1,500, 4th place $1,800, 3rd $2,300, 2nd $4,500, and 1st place is $10,000. So currently right now we've got basically a position round, 30 bonus pins, plus 15 more pins, deciding first and second. 45 pins is the difference, with 4 to play. 5, 6, and 7.
45 pins and $5,500.
Yes. For those of you at home, that's more than $100 a pin. Yeah, I did that math real quick. We'll bring in everybody now. Welcome to the party.
Welcome to the party.
We've got all 8 lanes up on the screen for you, and we'll do that for you for a little while. Then we'll check in on the scores.
As is prudent, I will wait until they bring a sheet out here and verify my numbers, and then I will erase and get ready for the next game.
Perfect. Any teams undefeated, Dennis?
No, everybody who was undefeated last game lost that game.
That's because we brought it up.
Absolutely.
Who's 3-1?
Gasson and Anderson and Bittenbender and Barrett.
Who's 2-2?
That would be Pepe and Williams, Novak and Hess, Wulaski and Vi, McCarthy and Barnes. So 4 out of the 8 have basically washed. It's just, for bonus pins.
And then 2 are 3-1, and 2 are 1-3.
Right.
And the teams that are 1-3 is Miller and Sherman.
And they had lost. Remember, they had lost the game before with a 445, so it wasn't like they didn't deserve to win a game. They did. They just lost that game.
And the other team that's 1-3? Is that Henninger?
Henninger and Justice. They've had a rough go this block here. 378, 413, 396, and 421 for their 4 games. So.
Wouldn't shock me if they shot 500 in the next game or 2, just to make it interesting. That's kind of what happens. They bowled a big last game to get in, remember?
Right. I do remember that.
4 games ago.
That was a nice shot on 14.
Yeah, Kyle Barnes is an underrated bowler. Not a lot of people know who he is or know much about him from the Nashville area. He's got a full-time job working at Dell. We talked to him last night.
Right.
He and Josie Ernest are going to be getting married here in a couple of weeks in Spain.
He doesn't know Raina James, though, so that disappointed me.
Right. Well, as it should.
Yes. Or didn't know Raina James.
Novak is soon to be getting married, too, right?
I think he is. Yeah, I think he's
to Tracy.
Yeah, and you're getting married.
Yeah.
Yeah, bells will be ringing.
Bells be. That's a song.
Yeah, it will. It's a Bon Jovi Christmas song.
I feel like we should have like an all bowlers wedding or something. Just
that's a good
rent
idea.
out a bowling alley.
Well,
Everybody
I
get
don't
on
know. I can't go for that.
I'll live stream it for y'all.
That's another song.
I'm not getting married.
I can't go for that. No can do.
What about a bowling alley reception?
Possible.
Farrell just got married too in December. See, look at all the love in the air.
So what just happened is we just had like 20 divorce lawyers just hop into the chat, and they're putting their numbers in there right now.
We are not
the land of opportunity.
It's all about advertising.
Yeah,
right?
they're just playing the numbers.
Thank you.
That's actually a great pitch. I should pitch a bunch of lawyers. Hey, there's a whole bunch of bowlers getting married right now. Would you sponsor my tournament? Absolutely.
So, guys, we are in game 5 of 8. We'll have this one, 2 more regular games, a short break for a verification of games, but we should know who's going to be our position round fairly quickly. These scores are coming in well. Novak has really lost, like Mike said a minute ago, really lost the look that he had earlier. Because there was a time when he had the best look in this whole place, all through qualifying yesterday and a lot of this morning. But when they oiled the lanes today, they oiled the whole house, and they saved 5 through 14 so that there'd be a new condition, or at least a fresh condition, for the finals. The difference being here that so far during the tournament, the lanes have not sat that long without being bowled on for the entire tournament. So we really don't know how different these lanes might play, just because the oil sat on there for as long as it did. Matt Gasson now up on lane 13. And he carries a ball that's just barely made it turn back to the pocket. Aaron McCarthy now up, throwing on lane 14. She got that ball turned back into the pocket nicely. This lane's been a little tricky here in front of me. Andrew getting the ball set up nice in the pocket there and carried the 8 late, but that ball looked like it was going to go high. Very high, as a matter of fact, on the way down there. Tim Barrett now going for a 210 split. A split that I've seen him have quite a bit this weekend. But I've also seen him strike quite a bit this weekend, too. Those guys, him and Shea, big game last night in game number 7 to make it into the top 20 in the first place, and now they're going to the top 8. Kyle starts with the front 4 here on lanes 13 and 14. And Shea's got the front 3 on 11 and 12. I was going to say, I think Matt pulled that shot, and he did. He's shaking his head, talking to himself, and leaves a 5 running away.
Pepe's back.
I didn't know he had gone. Did he take off his bowling shoes?
Well, you know, that little fire, he's dipping and running out shots.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, he's back.
Shea just added another one on lanes 11 and 12, so he's got the front 4. Timmy will find a way to pitch in here and keep it going.
Got a nice 5-bagger by Rick Justice.
This is about the time when we started seeing some strikes happening in the first block and also yesterday. Later, I mean, they got difficult in the middle, and then all of a sudden they started figuring things out toward the end. Although Erin just got surprised by a ball that hooked a little bit more than she thought it was going to hook on lane 14, and Matt Gasson just carried a 9-pin. Tim Barrett now up on lane 12, trying to double up here and help his partner, who's got the front 4. And Timmy trips a 4. Steve Novak just can't get the ball to face up right now. He's shaking his head every time. Probably got doubts in his head when he gets up there. Andrew strikes again. He's got a spare in the second, but everything else is strikes for 6 frames, so that's a nice pace. Shea carries number 5 in a row. So that's very good.
Pepe also with the 5-bagger.
They're all over the place this time, man. Tom Hess not happy with that shot. Closed up fairly early, but he told me yesterday that his strength is his speed, trying to keep the ball on line, and that looks to me like that's exactly what he's doing over there. Tim Barrett through the nose. He could have rolled that 3-pin, but he didn't, so that's a single pin on a double. Counting on his partner to pick him up. Aaron McCarthy with a strike. 13. Here's Tommy Hess trying to make that 6-10. Barely, almost chops it. Herb Lyons in the chat wants to know how much speed do you think Farrow puts on the ball, and I think enough. We were just talking earlier about a match between Farrow and other people to see who could throw the ball faster down the lane. I'm not sure that I'd want to see one of those guys load up like that, though, and throw it as fast as they can. That would be interesting.
Interesting. They're having this conversation behind us actually about Farrow's spare shooting, and they said that one time his speed got up to almost 30 miles per hour on a spare.
Wow. And that's probably from what they saw up on the
monitor.
On the monitor. And that speed at that point where it's measured, which is down at the pins, is lower than what it actually is when it comes out of their hand. Andrew, he just barely makes a spare over here, trading back and forth the close calls here. How are we doing on those strings down there, Ash?
So I'm 7 and 8 with Cal Sherman and Shannon Pulowski. Brad has max 264. Cal is struggling a bit. He has max 216. And Shannon has max 246. And Chris has max 259.
Big game there.
I'll get Farrell and Henniger's pair.
Okay. Erin just crosses over and carries, shaking her head. These guys out here shake their head a lot when they strike. I don't understand that. We were talking about that earlier, Mike and I. So Shea Bittenbender up on the front 6 right now, on lane number 12. You could tell by the way he stood at the line. He knew that one was going to be solid.
I'm not the cloud, by the way, guys. I came back to the booth and I watched that guy throw the 6th strike.
5 and 6 is very, very tight. Farrell has max 218. Pepe has 279 max. And he just big forward. So Rick Justice has 279 max and Mark Henniger has 212 max.
So it sounds like Ashley is the cloud right now, Mike, because she just talked about Pepe and then he big force.
That's usually how it goes.
Matt Gasson with and oh man, that could have been so much. All he did was break up some count, but he didn't. It could have been a 4 count. I think he's trying to break the Brunswick table, Mike. It's a good thing the chairs are attached down there.
I've seen this topic a lot on Facebook lately. Why do bowlers destroy the proprietor's furniture when they get mad at bowling?
Because the furniture threw the shot that time. They got up, the furniture got up and threw the shot in front of them.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So it deserves to be punished. Novak changed from the makeup. He's not throwing it anymore. I just happened to see that. The ball faced up way differently.
Oh, Shea. My goodness gracious. A-pen. He
Solid 8.
leaves so many of
Yeah,
those.
solid 8 on the front 7.
So I got an idea here, everyone. Bowling is a predominantly male sport. Demographics are 85%, 15%. Most of the people you see kicking and hitting equipment are the males, for the most part. I think we could all agree to that. No arguments there? Okay. So, those of you that are watching that are female, that you have a male bowler that you've observed kick something or tear up some equipment in some sort of way, what I would like for you to do, yeah, nice 8-pin, Shea, is next time you're in the kitchen cooking and something doesn't go your way, whether, oh, I left this in a little too long, or, oh, it just didn't come out right, or, oh, I forgot the butter at the store. And when your man is home, I want you to behave in such a way that is very similar or emulates when a bowler gets mad and how they take it out on the ball return and things like that. I want you to take it out on things around your home in the kitchen and see what kind of reaction you get from your man. Such as throwing a frying pan through a window, taking a frying pan and just hitting it into your $2,000 stainless steel refrigerator and making a big dent. And then see what kind of reaction you get. And say, well, I was just watching you bowling the other day. That's a similar situation.
Yeah, I thought that was what we were supposed to do.
You're going to cause domestic situations at home.
Well, that's because I'm trying to attract sponsors with lawyers. If you've been following us for the last 25 minutes.
There's a method to the madness.
No, because naturally they already think women are a little more crazier than men. So if we do that, then it's worse.
Well, I'm sure I just probably had some sort of like, I don't know, what is that called? Sexist card pulled because they're
sure.
like, Mike, why did you go to the kitchen?
Yeah,
But
Mike-
why
yeah.
did you make this example in the kitchen?
Yeah.
In the kitchen. Yeah. Why you pick the kitchen?
Yeah. I think you got a yellow card, Mike.
I did just get a yellow card. Ocean Avenue. Yellow card. Some
Shannon
peop-
finishes with 225.
Thank you.
And Brad finishes with 242.
Thank you.
Isn't the saying that men belong in the garage, women belong in the kitchen, and the kids belong everywhere else in the house?
Actually, you shouldn't know where they are. Children are meant to be seen and not heard.
Men are in the doghouse, the dog's in the garage, and the children are everywhere else.
So McCarthy and Barnes are going to defeat Gasson and Anderson here.
Back-to-back opens in the 9th and 10th for Matt.
Well, one was a 4-9, and one was through the nose, and everything fell out of it. It should have been a 4 count, and everything else fell out of it. So it was, they were ugly.
Tom Hess begging for a 4-pin to fall.
Is he doing his best Brad Miller imitation
He is.
there?
So Shannon and Chris are going to get the win in this match.
Thank you.
Gasson 203, Anderson 223. That's 426 for their team. Polhowski already with 235. Vi can strike out for 253, and all of a sudden Vi and Polhowski are making a run.
No. Pulaski
Oh,
has
you're right.
225.
My bad.
Chris has 235 if he
I
strikes.
saw Kyle Barnes here in a gray shirt, and I thought it was Chris Vi. We need more diversity in the outfits. How about McCarthy and Barnes are making a run? I think I said that right. That's why I left for a little bit, guys.
Gotcha.
I was getting batty.
Farrell shoots 179.
Thank
Man, Farrell's got some weird scores today.
you. Yes, he does.
And Chris finishes with 235.
There we
so
go.
460 for them.
460 for Vi and
Plus 30
Polhowski.
pins.
They're on a 3-game winning streak after losing the first 2 today.
Rick Justice and Mark Henninger is going to get the win on 5 and 6
Against?
against Pepe and Williams.
Thank you.
Rick Justice finishes with 247.
Pepe and Williams are going to fall to 2 and 3. Justice and Henninger are on a 2-game winning streak now after losing the first 3 matches.
All right.
Kyle Sherman finishes with 192.
I just want to make note of this too. We have Rachel Perez is here running scores today. One of my favorite ladies that competed on the LPBT.
Bitmender 258.
Yes, sir. 192 for Barrett. You got that?
I do.
220 for Hess.
And it looks like Bittenbender and Barron are going to win.
Yes. especially after this 2-8-10 that Novak tried to convert there.
Right. Novak shoots 169.
Yes, sir.
I
So
need a-
we're going to have a shakeup.
I need a score for Mark Henninger and for Pepe.
They're both still bowling.
Okay, gotcha.
Pepe misses the head pin and covers it.
Yeah, he shoots 218.
Henninger leaves a 10 pin and covers it.
He shoots 201.
It's over.
It's over.
Okay, and 218 you said for Pepe?
218 for Pepe, 179 for Farrell,
Thank you.
247 for Rick Justice, and 201 for Henninger.
Gotcha.
I'm Rick Justice. I ain't saying the rest. All right, here we go. We're going to be having a little game here called game number 6 coming up next.
And Novak and Hess remain in the lead because they shot 389 and Pepe and Williams could only get to 397, so they only made up 8 pins on them. So Novak and Hess in the lead at 5, and then Pepe and Williams behind them by 37 pins. Gasson and Anderson, after their game over here, their losing game over here, fall to 57 pins behind first place. Bittenbender and Barrett made up some ground. It's minus 109. Pulaski and Vi is minus 110. So 4th and 5th are close.
Yeah, it's becoming a 5-horse race now with almost a 6th horse trending in.
McCarthy and Barnes, 159 pins out of the lead. Sherman and Miller at 236 out of the lead. And Justin and Heininger in 8th place at 300
So
out of the lead.
leave that up for me for a minute, Dennis, because I
Sure.
want to look at the matchups here, and I want to key in on what matchups could mean the most.
Okay.
It looks like down on 5 and 6, we've got Matt Gasson and Andrew Anderson are taking on Hess and Novak, which is the 1 and 3.
Yep.
Okay,
And a
so
57 pin difference in the match.
so that's a very important match down there, and you see it just got underway. Next door, we're going to have McCarthy and Barnes taking on Bittenbender and Barrett.
50 pins between those two.
And that's 4th seed in Bittenbender and Barrett currently. McCarthy and Barnes in 6th currently, and you said 50 between those two. So that is a pivotal match here.
Yep, $400 between those two.
3 games to go. Bittenbender and Barrett have an opportunity to bowl a big game here and inch closer towards the lead. McCarthy and Barnes are looking to improve a few positions and possibly go around Bittenbender and Barrett in this match. 2 different objectives for each team. Over on lanes 11 and 12, Farrell Williams and Anthony Pepe, who sit second right now, are bowling the team that's trying to make a push, your defending champions, Shannon Pulhowski and Chris Vi. And you just don't know what you get with Farrell Williams.
Right.
He's either going to shoot 270 or 160 right now, it seems like. So it'll be interesting to watch him as he opens up with a 610 through the face. And then over on 13 and 14, it's Team Dramatic, known as Brad Miller and Kyle Sherman, who sit 7th. And they're taking on Henninger and Justice, who are in 8th. So you've got a position around 7th and 8th teams over here that really have nothing to lose. 236 pins out is Sherman and Miller at this point. But at any given time you shoot a 500 and get a win, you could make up 130 because par is not out of the question for a team in front of you.
Right. Exactly
So
right.
that's the shakedown. That's what's going on. So really what I'm going to key in on here as a fan of this tournament is lanes 5 and 6, this Gasson Anderson Novak Hess match. I'm going to really key in on this Pulhowski Vi Williams Pepe match, and then of course the Barrett Bittenbender versus Barnes and McCarthy match. So 3 out of the 4 matches are still extremely meaningful.
That sucks.
Mark Henninger has tore his finger apart.
He's got a split on right underneath the crease on his ring finger.
Maybe he needs to get a Pete Weber glove.
It's possible.
Pepe looks like, and I haven't been watching him real closely, but it looks like he's balled down. Possibly into like an IQ tour, maybe? That's exactly what it is. He was using a big asymmetrical piece earlier, and now he's balled down, controlling his ball reaction a little bit. I think he might have... Somebody had urethane today. Who had the urethane? Somebody was throwing urethane. I'll think of who it was. I think it was Kevin Williams was using urethane earlier today. Kyle Sherman starting in front of the ball return. Now you see him in the upper right-hand portion of your screen. Shannon Polhowski's actually balled up. Looks like she's gone to a gauntlet. Looks like Kyle Sherman's balled down to a heat. Looks like Mark Henninger's throwing a torrent. I think that's a haywire for Bittenbender. Looks like Gasson's either using a warrior or a heat. Aaron McCarthy, that's her spare ball.
Matt just switched to a heat.
Excellent, thank you. Not bad from being over on lane 13. Chris Vai's got an IQ tour in his hand. So he and Pepe both using the same ball on 11 and 12 with 2 totally different attacks. Bowling against each other. Mark Henninger converts to 3, 6, 7, 10. It was a nifty little conversion, especially with a torn finger. Shannon with her gauntlet now has a double. Looks like that ball's cornering quite nicely for her. Andrew Anderson down there. Is that a heat for Andrew as well?
Let me see.
Pharoah Williams looks like he's got the Mako in his hand. I don't know why I started going through all this arsenal. I don't know if you guys want to hear the bowling balls that are being used currently or not. Tom Hess, is he throwing at a spare? Yeah, he looks like he's got a black hammer throwing at the spare.
Yes, that's a heat for Andrew as well.
Okay, so Gasson and Andrew Anderson are both using the same type of ball, not the same exact ball. They're both drilled for their own hands, but it is the same ball. And Tim Barron's using a match pearl. That's kind of been his ball that he's gone to. Entry-level ball. Aaron in her hand looks like Cyborg Pearl from here. Pharoah Williams is trying to pick imaginary 7-10s again. Gets the 10-pin. Steve Novak. I did not see that ball go down the lane until it was too late. Looks silver and red from here, but I'm not sure. He used to throw a Columbia 300 outburst back in the day pretty good. Sherman makes the adjustment with the heat. So we have 3-track heats in play right now. Couple IQ Tour solids in play. A match pearl. I think that's a code black over there. We got a Mako in play. Looks like Hess is using a Mako on his first ball. Got 2 Makos in play. We got 5 track balls. Shannon's got the gauntlet. Are you sure?
I got all the same numbers here.
Okay.
On my computer, and these totals here are wrong.
Go let them know you can take your computer with you.
Yeah, I probably should.
Dennis has been running scores himself as well, and he's going to go to the tournament office and confirm a few scores with them. A couple of totals are off. And look at Faro. Welcome back, Faro. It's like welcome back, Cotter. Happens about every other game with Faro today. Dude can flat out bowl, but he's streaky. He's a streaky guy. He's going to shoot 300, 150, 279, 279, and lead the tournament. We were talking to him the other day about all these doubles that he won, these second game doubles and things like that, and some really big leagues in the Dayton area. He bowled like 6 nights a week, 2 days and 4 nights or something like that. And he'd say every set I'd win one of those doubles. Well, it's probably because he'd bowl 150 one of the games and get lined up and strike for an entire game, make like $3,000. Dennis, did it affect standings or anything?
Yeah, the standings is what was wrong.
Okay.
My standings was right, but they had all these numbers over here were wrong.
Okay.
As far as how much they were plus and minus.
Okay. That's a good thing we're doing that then.
Yeah. But I walked in there.
Chris Vi, 710.
I walked in there and she was already bringing me another seat. So
Oh,
they
okay.
had popped.
Pepe chops the spare, the 247. Kyle Sherman went high the last time over in that lane. Now he comes in light, and he really doesn't understand why. Here's Chris Vi. Can he pick the 710? Nope, but he created Deadwood. Shea Bittenbender. Man, just how about a break once in a while for Shea? We saw Barnes carry a ton of hits like that. Chris Barnes, that is, earlier yesterday. Maybe Shea just needs to get a little bit older, and he'll have that grandpa carry.
Exactly. I love that terminology. I'd always been looking for nice.
There you go, Kyle.
Look at the smile on his face. I'd always been looking for that terminology from golf to come over to bowling, because I always talked about old man golf as a 630-yard hole, and they hit it down the middle of the fairway 3 times.
Yeah.
When everybody else is playing from the woods and trying to get there, and they're just straight and down the middle of the fairway.
Steve Novak. Why don't I know what ball that is in his hand right now?
I told you he switched.
For the life of me, I can't figure out what ball that is. And I know the lineup top to bottom. What is that? Brad Miller's on Motive staff. I'm not aware of their products top to bottom. I apologize to anybody that's a Motive fan. I don't know what he's throwing. I don't want to seem biased here. The 8 of the 16 bowlers in the field are EBI staff, which is cool. It's very cool. Everybody makes great products, like I said. Though.
That was a Maverick Pearl for Novak.
Really? That's an interesting colored one. Thank you for that update. Farrell Williams. Oh. Farrell's another one of those guys, Dennis, we were talking about. You just don't understand how a ball can hit weak for a certain player.
Yeah.
Who was that yesterday you were talking about? Do you remember who that was? You're like, it just looks so. Oh, and Kyle Sherman just left a 6-pin.
Right, and it was a pockets.
Yeah.
And it just went away.
Who was the guy? It was a 2-hander.
Right.
I know that. It was a 2-hander.
It might have been Chris Voss.
Yeah, I think it was.
I think it was.
Yeah, how can he leave anything if he hits the pocket?
American Airlines wants me to check in from my flight, Mike.
No kidding.
Yes.
My Mazda 6 outside wants me to put gas in it for my drive.
And I don't have a Mazda, but my thirsty Avalanche wants me to do the same thing.
Zoom, zoom.
Yeah.
Kyle Barnes and I still have to figure out our bet for the Nashville Predators St. Louis Blues series coming up.
Right.
Remind me to not.
I'm trying to consider how I'm going to get to St. Louis tonight.
You're trying to figure out how you're going to get there?
Yeah, I think I.
Helicopter?
No, let's see if STL just comes up as an airport. Yep, it does.
You're going to take, what, 67 north?
I don't know. I'll see what this thing tells me to do.
55.
It says 5 hours and 47 minutes.
That's a bit of a haul. We might grab something kind of fast after this and get on the road.
I'm not even sure that I'm going to do that, Mike. I might just get on the road. We'll talk about it later.
All right.
But
this just in, the radio star has died. Video killed the radio star.
nice.
Very first video on MTV.
All right. So does that look like what I should be doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It won't take you quite that long.
So that means I'll bypass my little red dot, which is where I live.
Yeah.
Okay.
We are in the 6th frame of this
Game 6
of 8.
Yep.
Pretty much across the board. We got a situation here where we got a couple of key matchups here, and I'm going to take you there now down to the low end. We want to really focus in and look at lanes 5 and 6.
Sean Dowdy in the chat thinks he's the Cash Me Outside girl.
Cash Me Outside. Maybe I'll name a tournament Cash Me
Cash
Outside.
Me Outside, yeah.
Why did the IB Open move to Indy this year? More lanes. The IB Open moved to Indy this year because there weren't lane beds the weekend that I always have the tournament available in St. Louis and a center big enough to host it. By choice. There were a couple of centers that would host the event, but it was my opinion that I did not want to go to that size center. There was a 40-lane center that offered to keep it there, and I said no. IB Open has been in St. Louis the first 6 years. This is the 7th year for it, and it's moving to Indianapolis.
Have the movers come?
They did, yeah, they moved everything for us.
Okay, update on 5 and 6.
Yep.
Who's leading off? Matt Gasson has 230 max. Andrew has 233 max.
Okay, 66 over possible for them.
Hess has 221 max. And Novak has 257 max.
So that's 78. So it's a 12-pin match down there. Oh, no. Oh, wow. Let's watch that shot again. Watch Novak's ball reaction here. Look at this. Ball goes to the sidewall, the 5, the 10. It's leaning. Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, man. These guys are begging. Ain't too proud to beg.
Right.
Here's Miller earlier again. We just keep showing this clip over and over again just because we love it so much.
Yes. I love the end part more than anything.
And now here's Novak. He covers it, folks. And remember, that was a 12-pin match. So that's a really big shot there.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
All right, William Gannam in the chat says Farrow should focus on bowling instead of being in this group chat. Hashtag investigate.
Kyle Barnes, soon to be Kyle Ernest in a couple of weeks.
You know, Brad is doing something out here that so many younger bowlers.
Oh, Gasson with the 2-pin trip forward. Look at that. I'm going to show that again. Look at this, Gasson. This is clean living again. This is what happens. Oh, boy. It bailed. Oh, okay. All right. All right, I'll take it.
You got to watch Brad's hand position at release. Right
Okay.
now. He's doing something so many younger people don't know how to do out there.
Update on the match with McCarthy and Tim, Barron, and Shay. Aaron has 238 max. Kyle has 267 max.
Oh, big move.
Tim has 222 max. Shay has 224 max.
Possible big game here. Big game for Barnes and McCarthy. Kyle Sherman and Brad Miller are hilarious to watch. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
They really are. They're the most entertaining 7th place team you'd ever find. You just get tired watching their, like, don't even watch them bowl. Just watch it after they let go of the ball and their demeanor.
Tom Hess goes back-to-back opens, so he drops to max of 200.
Wow.
Watch Brad's hand position on the shot.
All right, I'm gonna bring it full screen so everybody can watch it.
I don't know for sure that he's doing it on the right lane.
Let's go here. Oh, he just stepped in my way. I ruined the whole thing.
That is absolutely crazy.
Sorry, I missed the whole thing.
No, it's fine.
I'll get him in a minute.
Yeah.
Get him the next time.
But what he's doing to get the ball down the lane where the other guys aren't being able to do that on this pair right now and get it to roll through the pins like that is just crazy.
And now Tom Hess, we have a potential fry alert here. His ball did not corner down lane. Leaves the 2-4.
So I had a funny comment when you said it's a potential fry alert, and with him being the oldest in the field, the daddy deep fryer.
Oh my. The daddy deep fryer. I didn't say it, Tom Hess. And Sue, if you're watching, I know you're dying laughing on the floor.
I don't know why that came in my head.
You're typing in that RTR, what is it, ROTLFAM, AMA, or whatever, yeah. Oh my, the deep daddy fryer.
Oh my gosh.
And I think that was actually the 2-4-8. I've been mistaken. I had the sleeper back there.
Beautiful shot there.
By Sherman. Andrew Anderson posing shots. He smells the blood in the water. Plowhowski. She's bowled a really nice game. She's got that split in there, but this ball change she made has been a good one. Now Novak. Oh, the last time on that lane we saw his last shot left that 10-pin.
Daddy deep.
All right, so a break for Hess. That was not a very good shot, but good adjustment. Good guess. Close. Kyle Barnes crosses over for a strike. He'll take it.
Poor Henninger, man. It's pulling on that finger every single time he throws the ball. I can see how it's coming off of his hand.
Chris Vise in front of the ball return. He's only missed once so far in this game. That young man's going to go on to be a future star in the game. No question.
Watch Miller.
Okay. Yes. Interesting
Isn't that crazy?
hand position. Pharoah Williams still trying to pick 7-10s, even though it's just a 10-pin. It's got that rocket launcher we were talking about.
Even though we ain't got money.
Even though we ain't got money, I'm so in love with you, honey.
Is that Pharaoh talking to himself in the chat?
I think
right
it is.
No, Pharaoh's down here by me with no phone in his hand.
Oh, okay.
So, investigation. Update, Tim has a max of 178 now.
178 for Tim.
Yep, he has a max of it. They're only in the 9th frame.
Tom Hess rolls the 4.
Tom Hess finishes with 189.
189 for Hess.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Matt Gassen's just getting started here. He's starting to come on after those opens the last game to finish the game. 4, 6, 7, 10. Just grabbed a handful of it. Maybe a little soft. Brad Miller's put a towel on his head. It looks like the crown of thorns or something. Oh my. I mean, do we make more out of this, folks in the chat? Are we making more out of this ridiculousness that we're seeing out here on the lanes and the emotions and the towels on the heads and the... or is it really that hysterical as we find it to be?
We could be punchy right now. I mean, it has been a long weekend.
Yeah, well, that's what happens, yeah.
Matt Gasson finishes with 214.
Thank you.
That was a well-bowled game by Matthew. Very well-bowled game.
All right. Brad Miller again here. That one got out.
And that'll do it. They're going to get the win this match.
Andrew Anderson and Matt Gasson.
Yeah, Andrew got the first strike in the 10th. He has a max of 233. I already reported that Tom had 189, and Novak can only shoot 215.
Thank you. $13-14's turning into a bear.
Yeah, it's turning into something, all right. I want to thank all our viewers for coming in also and being part of this all weekend. And thanks for hitting that like button down below. Really appreciate it. Also, you can go subscribe to our YouTube channel if you're not subscribed already. We've been growing steadily all day long with new subscribers. Picked up about 40 new subscribers today.
And Novak finishes with 215.
Thank you.
Great game by Brad Miller, 246 with that hand position change.
And Andrew finishes with 222.
Thank you.
I believe that's 438 for those two.
36.
Okay. Can we shift our attention over to Aaron McCarthy, Kyle Barnes, Tim Barrett, Shea Bittenbender?
Yeah, Aaron and Kyle are going to get this win. Or they already have this win. Tim has max 178. Shea has max 190. Aaron has max 196. And Kyle, who's the star here, has max 243.
Okay. Single almost 40 over.
Kyle's going to pull his hair out down there.
Team Anime. And I mean that with the utmost respect for the two of them. I really like these guys, but they are just they are just drama. Oh my. I mean, you should see these guys. Kyle's sitting in the chair with he can't believe it. He can't believe he 2-8-10. He can't get over it. As a matter of fact, here's a bird's eye view of these two.
Yeah.
Look at this. He's just sitting there eyeing up the 2-8-10. He just can't believe it.
Arthur Joy in the chat wanted to know if youth are allowed to do this tournament. No, because it's doubles. If it was singles, they could do it.
Aaron shoots 198. Tim shoots 168.
Oh boy. That match is key right now. Bittenbender and Barrett had an opportunity to try to jump in there. And it's Kyle Barnes and Aaron McCarthy looking to go around them.
Sherman's trying to do something here.
I don't think he planned on touching either one of those pins.
No, I think he was trying to strike ball.
Yeah. Kyle Sherman 169, Brad Miller 246.
It's funny that they're going to win the match.
$188 for Justice. Buford T.
And Kyle shoots 233.
Kyle Barnes.
And we already said they won. 4-3.
Correct, they won.
Okay, thank you. All right, what do we got over here?
What do you need?
Pluhowski and Vi.
224 for Shannon.
Okay.
245 for Vi.
And the other guys.
196, 188.
So that was Pepe and Williams.
Yep.
196.
And 188.
Thank you.
And Shea Bode 190.
Thank you. I believe I got everything I need right now.
All right. Looking forward to a standings update almost instantaneously. We snap our fingers, and here they are.
Pluhowski and Vi won, so there's a 1 and a 30 and a 469.
Novak switched to a Maverick Pearl. They're asking in the chat. That is correct. 2 games to go, everybody. Matt Gasson starts to strike. That's always a bonus. Matt, there's 23 frames to go.
And
or actually 19 frames to
Matt
go.
Gasson threw that strike as a leader.
As a leader
of the tournament. Yes.
So there's been a huge shakeup in the standings, Dennis.
Yes.
We have new leaders, Matt Gasson and Andrew Anderson.
But it's become a 3-horse race. Actually, it could be a 4-horse race here. It's going to be a fantastic last 2 games here, Mike. Gasson and Anderson in the lead. Novak and Hess only 5 pins behind them. Pluhowski and Vi only 15 more pins behind them. So 20 pins
out of the lead.
Divided the first 3 teams. Pepe and Williams come in 4th place, minus 62 out of the lead. McCarthy and Barnes at 107 behind. Barrett and Bittenbender at 160 behind.
That last game killed them.
Yep. Sherman and Miller 200 behind, and Justice and Henninger minus 348 out of the lead. Just to let you know, Mark Henninger showed me his hand a few minutes ago. Right under the crease in his ring finger, the finger's totally split. So every time he gets at the bottom of the swing, that's got to be painful.
So let's talk about these matchups here. Down here on 13 and 14, we got Aaron McCarthy and Kyle Barnes, who are not out of it. They are 107 pins out right now. They need a big game, no question, but they can get there. They're taking on Novak and Hess, who have just dropped out of the lead. Novak threw the ball extremely well that game and just did not get many breaks. And Hess was showing a bit of fatigue and potentially, losing his ball reaction. Over here on 11 and 12, we got Barrett and Bittenbender taking on Gasson and Anderson. And Gasson and Anderson just want to keep the pedal to the metal over there. Lane 7 and 8, Kyle Sherman and Brad Miller with a towel on his head again, taking on Pepe and Farrow Williams, trying to be the spoilers. And then you've got Justice and Mark Henninger taking on Vi and Plowhowski. And remember, Vi and Plowhowski won this tournament last year. And here they are with 2 games to go, 20 pins out of the lead. They've been here before. And Vi's ball reaction right now is a ball reaction I think he will be able to continue to stay in the same ball and just move his feet a little bit left, inch left. And he's got a line now that I don't think is going to go away. And Shannon's made a nice ball change.
Mike, take a look at the standings from last game. Vi and Plowhowski in 5th place. Granted, only 1 pin behind 4th, but they were 110 out of the lead, and now they're 20.
Yep. Pretty awesome. It's getting interesting. 81 total teams in this event. We're down to 8. We're 6 games in. We're in game number 7. I'm Mike Flanagan, joined by Dennis Hacker and Ashley Cole. Here on Inside Bowling. We're in Arkansas. It's Little Rock, Arkansas. It's called the Boom Double. 2nd year for the event. Ashley, any predictions from you? I'd be interested to hear your take. Who do you think's going to win this thing?
So, when I first came in today, I said that it was going to be Pepe and Williams, or Bittenbender and Tim Barrett.
Okay.
That was my prediction. Now, looking who got the best look, I don't know. I think Kyle Barnes got a really nice look right now, and depending on what Aaron can give him and what they can do, they can sneak up in there.
They caught a bad pair on this last game here, except that Kyle just threw a pretty good shot, but this is not the pair for them to have to make a move on, I don't think. Who's got the best look fashion-wise, Ashley?
Well, I mean, I have the best look fashion, but I'm on the sidelines, so I'm gonna.
Those warm-up pants are quite nice with that hat.
I was trying to be. This is my Sunday relaxed attire.
Okay. The Sunday relaxed attire.
Yeah, but I like Mark's look. He got some nice color coordinating going on today. He's the loudest out of everybody.
Do you prefer the shorts or the pants today?
I like shorts. Short little legs.
Okay.
Get a little love from the pins.
Get that skin out there.
Yeah.
We're talking about fashion right now, Tom. Tom Hess is in an extremely good mood for what happened in the last game. He just dropped out of the lead, and he's smiling and in a good mood. I think it's because he's in a team event, and Aaron McCarthy just bulldozes the left side of the rack there and takes advantage of a break. I'll tell you what. Actually, I like your pick with Kyle Barnes and Aaron McCarthy. These two, nobody's thinking about them.
Nobody's thinking about them. I'm telling you. I've watched it. She made a ball change down here on 7 and 8 that allowed her to get through the fronts, which is what's needed right now. And if that's the same ball she took down there, she might be okay.
Tell you what, with the Steve Novak guy, I want to tell you something. This guy can play the gutter. This guy can play in. He can play anywhere you want on the lane. There's nothing he can't do with a bowling ball.
And he's 4'7".
Correct. Kyle Barnes, take your coat off, Kyle. Stay a while.
Uh-oh.
All right, so here's the deal. These guys, this could be their tournament. They both cross over for a strike. On the pair, Dennis, that you've alluded to is very, very tricky. They both paid the maximum, not penalty, but maximum, what would you call that? Break.
Yeah, they benefited. I mean,
maximum benefit.
Maximum benefit. But 14 is just crazy. There's a spot out there right now that And Hess, man, he got the ball to react exactly the way it's supposed to in the lane, and then the ball didn't corner. He didn't finish to take the 10 out. That was a solid 10, wasn't flat. But that's the problem. If you let the ball hook on 14, it goes crazy, and then when you stuff it, that's what happens.
People are requesting a shot of the booth and an Ashley pick in the chat.
Advertisement.
They're looking you up online. They can't find you because
Good.
you've got the weird names
Good.
online.
Yeah.
Literally, I stopped accepting friend requests. I don't know what happened. I have like over 350 requests pending, and I just won't accept them. I don't know these people.
Okay, there you have it. Maybe you should do meetup groups when you go into certain towns.
Oh my God.
We have, what was that fry
Do
alert?
like a meet and greet.
Well, yeah, what was that fry alert again earlier, Ashley?
Daddy deep fryer.
The Daddy Deep Fryer. Hess just missed a 10 pin.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And it was a solid 10. It should have fallen, and he just watched the two people right in front of him on that lane crossover and carry. So
Yes.
all of that together right now is what's causing what's happening down here on lane 14.
There's a pressure cooker happening here
I'm
right
telling
now.
you, I'm gonna go to Walmart and get one and have him to sign it, and we're gonna give it off as an auction prize or something.
That's a good idea. Matt Gasson with his heat in his hand said, I got some heat in my hand, Andrew. I know earlier in the day you carried me, but I just shot 800 at Nationals. And currently right now, we just took over the L, baby.
I'm
Mike, do
sorry for Mark's finger to be hurt. He's throwing it pretty good down here.
Maybe he's satisfied with one shot of frame. He can do one shot of frame. It's two shots that hurts a little bit.
Maybe he suffered all nerve endings.
Maybe. And I didn't even see that the 10-pin miss was on a 3-bagger to start. I mean, it should be 4. Aaron goes through the nose again.
Just got a text from Mr. GG3 himself who says he can't get on because he's having trouble signing in.
Well, I can tell you that our stream went off for a momento. It's struggling right now.
Yep.
That's scary.
Yeah.
We just have to give it time.
Yeah, the live stream went down. That's okay. We'll keep talking. They'll catch up to us.
We got internet here.
Let me check if I got internet here. Yep. Wireless is up.
Hess opens again. Steve Novak, 3 in a row, looking for 4 in a row. And that's what happens. You got to carry your partner sometimes.
Yep.
It's all about that teamwork.
Yep. Daddy Fryer.
I blame Daddy Fryer or whatever Ashley calls him, laughing out loud. Well,
got a touch screen? I didn't know that.
No, it's not.
I know, I'm just kidding.
It's really struggling. I should probably go over here and do a speed test.
Tommy is conquering the right lane with speed. He just got unlucky when he didn't carry that 10. It's got a different look on that lane than anybody else that I've seen so far over here.
That's problematic. It's not the 10 we had earlier.
No. Wow. Absolute wow.
So I'm gonna give you an update down here on 5 and 6.
Thank you.
Rick Justice is on 290 going into the 7th frame. Mark Henninger has 255. Farrell with max 225, Pepe max 232.
How did he get the 10 out?
Yeah, I don't,
Honestly.
I don't know. But he did.
Yes, he did.
Right, looking right here, 13 and 14. These two pairs look like they're a little bit ahead here, especially 13 and 14. So Steve Novak there with a spare. Novak's bowled a great game. 7 spare, 4 pured shots, 9 spare, baby split.
And the 9 spare was an 8 pin.
Yep. And now Tom Hess, triple single pin miss, split, strike, spare. And Aaron McCarthy fires the first 4, goes 7 spare, strike, 7 spare. And Kyle Barnes has a chink in the armor there in the 6th, but otherwise been really good after that open frame in the first. Tom Hess throwing a heat now. Gets the messenger.
That ball didn't face up like his last one did, but it did get it, give him back a break.
To those of you that are watching live online on YouTube, I apologize for our feed going down. There's nothing that we did, just suddenly out of nowhere, instead of having a 10 meg up, we had about a 2 meg up that was shared within the building. So I lessened the quality to 480, and then I lessened the quality to 360, and
Steve just got a break too on the right lane. I mean, it was a great shot, but it could have not carried, and he was able to, so that's good.
So update on 7 and 8 with Williams, Pepe, Brad Miller, and Kyle Sherman. Farrell has 225 max. Pepe has 221 max. Kyle Sherman has 239 max. Brad Miller has 249 max.
So right now the match is leaning towards Sherman and Miller?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
so here we go. Tom Hess looking for a double here. I would predict some emotion if Tom Hess strikes here.
Yep, he's getting fired up, and this is the
There he goes. He dropped the F word. Fry, daddy, fry.
He liked it off his hand.
Yes, he did.
It was right in line. Now here's Aaron McCarthy with a chance to bowl 257, but she needs to strike here to double now in the 9th frame.
And every ball that she's thrown over here on this lane so far has jumped through the nose, and so she gets something else out and brings it up, and it goes a little wide with it and it doesn't recover. When her ball comes off the back of the pattern, it tumbles. Do you ever notice that?
Yes.
It's an awesome look, and then that one there just kind of spun.
Matt Gasson bowling a big game for his team. They're in the lead. Double, 7 spare, strike, 6 spare, 4 bagger, setting up the 10th frame. Double A, Andrew Anderson, 6 spare, strike, strike, open, strike, 6 spare, double, looking for 3 in a row in the 9th frame. Looking to star frame it here in the 9th. They're going to win.
Oh, baby. Via with a strike in the 9th on 290.
Yeah, and they won last year. Chris Vye, Shannon Polhowski making their move. Anderson with the strike. Take you down to the low end here just to show you the scores. Pretty high scoring match down there on 5 and 6. Shannon buries it.
Yeah, she got 212. 212 max.
So they can shoot 502.
Yes.
And their opponents?
Can shoot. Rick Justice has 259 max. And Mark has 222 max.
So you got 550 to 470 still left down there.
Yep, and we're in the 10th. And Rick 2-8.
Pepe's taking a lot of time on the approach right now.
Wow.
Kyle Barnes, the stone 8.
No. Well, I did despair.
Oh, okay.
It was a 2-8.
Sorry, I was focused on the left side.
No, it's a 2-8, and now it's a stone 8.
So Kyle Barnes misses an easy, well, not an easy spare. I wouldn't call it easy, but misses a makeable. 2-8. Now Aaron McCarthy can bowl 237. Kyle Barnes 198.
I didn't hear you guys say anything about Aaron's nickname,
Muffin.
Muffin.
Oh, yeah. Ashley in the chat, they want to know what ball Shannon's throwing now. Looks purple, they're saying on the screen. I'm going to guess it's a Mako, but I don't know offhand.
Better get Mako.
Matt Gasson just misses a 4-pin in the 10th frame to bowl 224. After striking.
Shannon finishes with a 212.
212 for Shannon. Okay. Tom Hess.
She's throwing a Pearl Paradox.
Oh, Paradox Pearl. Okay. You don't see too many of those in the marketplace. For whatever reason, a lot of people stuck with the blue Paradox. Not many throw the Pearl. For whatever reason, it's a great ball, and Shannon's making it work today.
Rick Justice with a 247. He shot 240 last time he was on 5 and 6 as well.
Good catch.
247, you said?
Yes,
Thank you.
247 for him, 212 for Shannon.
Got it.
Chris Vi with the first strike in the 10th.
Okay, so he's going to be in the 270s for sure.
Are they going to win?
They are going to win
Okay.
Yeah, that's over with.
that strike.
All right. Thank you.
And now Tom Hess is finishing strong. He can still shoot 206.
And I got them as a win. Because they got a double up and an open on the other side.
Yeah, Aaron opened. Missed it completely. So just when Aaron and Kyle were going to make a run here, disaster in the 9th and 10th frames.
Disaster, but I think that based on early in the game and the crossover strikes and the missed 10-pin, Tom would have called that a disaster if they hadn't come back and won this game.
Correct.
So Tim Barrett, 204.
Tom Hess bowls 203.
Match down here with Williams and Pepe. Williams has 205 max, and Pepe has 201 max.
And you're not going to believe what our leaders just did. They opened in the 10th frame. Matt Gasson bowled 224, and Andrew Anderson 199.
And are they going to lose the game?
And
No,
the team dramatics down here dancing.
If Shea had doubled, they might have wouldn't.
No, that would only take them to 19.
And it, okay. Got
So,
it.
no, they still have the win, but boy, they could have extended, or not extended, but kept in there because
Right.
Vi and Shannon.
Yeah, so it looks like Miller and Sherman are going to get the win on this match.
Okay.
I didn't catch it. I was looking at another match. Did Vi shoot 290?
He shot 279.
279. Shannon 212. So they're going to be leading. They're going to be your leaders,
Right.
which they won last year. And it'll be the first time they vaulted to the top of the leaderboard at the right time,
Right.
just in the nick of time.
Mark Henninger, any score yet?
Henninger finished with 199.
Thank you.
Let's look at Novak.
Farrell finished with 191.
Thank you.
Brad finished with 216.
Thanks. Craig Carter's asking if 13 is officially the most fried lane in play, and I think 14 is.
Pepe finishes with 190.
Wow.
Looking forward to seeing these scores.
Right. So it's a loss for Pepe and Williams then. I'm waiting on Kyle Sherman.
He has one more shot.
Thank you.
.248. A little bit earlier day than I thought. This has worked out nice. Nice flow today.
Yeah.
We're aware.
And Kyle finishes with 223.
Thank you.
All right. Get our graphic up here. Get ready for this position round.
Do we have any idea where they're starting it?
I don't, and it really doesn't matter.
Considering we can see them all.
Yeah,
anyway.
I'd prefer it to be right here, but I don't think
Right.
I don't think it would be beneficial for me to go in and bark at the tournament
Right.
staff at this point. And the reason why I say that is just 13 and 14 has been so tricky
Right. This is
That-
it'd be terrible to put somebody there.
on my behalf. If it's already been predetermined,
Right.
then I'm good with it.
To discern, but
If
to
they
determine the tournament, that would be horrible.
If the tournament folks decided ahead of time that this 11, 12, and 13 and 14 were going to be the final pairs because of the live stream and they had already got that into account, then I would for sure be cool with that being just the way that it is. But I'm not going to walk into the office and say, hey, you guys, I hope that we're using these pairs here. I'm just
Right.
not going to do that.
Exactly.
So it is going to be however the tournament is decided. I do not want any influence either way over that.
So let me tell you what we got here. We got Shannon and Chris, Pluhowski and Vi, and did take the lead. Novak and Hess are now 42 pins behind, so now they have to beat them by at least 13 in the position round
Okay.
to win the tournament. And that's assuming that Gaston and Anderson don't come up with something pretty miraculous, because they're only 48 pins out of the lead and 6 pins behind the second place team. In fourth place right now is Pepe and Williams. They've fallen off. They're 182 pins out of the lead. So I think, unless something absolutely miraculous and stupid happens, I think we've got a 3-team race here for the win of this tournament. Pepe and Williams in fourth place, minus 182. McCarthy and Barnes in fifth right now, minus 210 out of the lead. Sherman and Miller in sixth place at minus 232. In seventh place right now is Bittenbender and Barrett. They're 252 pins out of the lead, and Justice and Henninger are minus 403.
Okay, bringing it into the booth. Mike Flanagan, Dennis here with you. We got all our computers
Hey,
and everything
guys.
up, so it's not the best shot in the world, but I do want to thank everybody for watching us here this weekend. I really enjoyed it. This tournament format's really good. It's flowed really nicely. The one thing that I think is great about tournaments, you can judge the tournament format based off of what you have at the end. And what we have here at the end is a 3-horse race that's going to be very exciting for the folks at home to be able to follow along and watch.
And 10,000, 4,500, and 2,300. So significant differences between those top three places money-wise to make it.
$16,800 will be how much money is at stake between 3 teams. And once again, to paint that picture one more time, it's Shannon Polhowski and Chris Vi. They won last year. They are leading the tournament.
And they hadn't led until just now.
Just a little bit behind, and don't forget there's 30 bonus pins included here, Novak and Hess. And they've led pretty much most of the day. Because remember the first game, they took the lead?
From Pepe and Williams.
Yep.
Yep.
And then Gasson and Anderson had the lead. Both opened in the 10th frame of that last game.
And now they're in third place.
They are now down into third place. Yes, sir.
I was told to ask if you could really start the first seed on 14 or 5.
I'm not telling them. It's up to them.
All right, it's going to be 14.
Where are they starting?
First seed will start 14.
And go left?
Yeah, and then go.
Okay, that's completely up to you guys. Okay. Like I said, because I know what's happening with the pairs and how they're playing and what's going on, and so does Dennis and the folks back in the tournament office, they need to decide what lanes these are.
Right. And honestly, we don't know whether there's another trouble pair out there. We sit
We
behind
don't.
this pair and we can see what's happening
Absolutely.
here. So we really can't tell what's happening down there either. But,
Yep.
But
it is interesting. They're so kind here, and they like to just make sure that we're taken care of for our filming purposes, that they just came and asked, and I had a feeling,
Right.
what pairs do you want us to use? And I'm not doing that this time.
That's very perceptive on their part, honestly.
It is.
I mean, and I think part of that comes from earlier when we were trying to, or last night even, when we did the C squad and trying to decide how to set it up so that we could get coverage on as many of the pairs as possible. So they think of that now.
Yeah, for sure.
So it sounds like we're going to have Shannon and Chris on lane 14, and Tommy and Steve, who just got done bowling here, will be right back here.
Mm-hmm.
Tommy's speed is actually it is a plus.
Yeah,
for lane
it's
14,
a benefit.
based on what everybody
Yeah.
else has been doing there.
Here's the interesting thing, though. Whoever loses this game, this 1-2 match, really is probably going to finish third. I mean, in the statistic probability, because the team behind them, if they win, they're going to get the bonus pins, which is 28 pins.
Assuming that's the third place team. Pepe
Correct.
and Williams are so far behind. If them winning is probably not going to do anything. But if Gasson and Anderson win, they're going to jump whoever loses the
Most likely.
top. Yeah, probably.
Here's the lane assignments.
With plus 822. Be on lane 14. Lane 13 is in second. Novak and Hess plus 780. Gasson Anderson plus 774. Pepe and Williams plus 640.
Anderson and Gasson are going to bowl on the same pair that they just came off of.
Right. And they just, I mean, they had good games going until the 10th frame.
Hess and Novak are going to bowl on the pair they just came off of. Vi and Polhowski will be bowling on a pair that they haven't bowled on for a little bit.
Right. But once again, you know, what we said was going to give Tommy a plus on lane 14, it's also going to be the same thing for Chris. He's going to be able to fire the ball down there, you know, straighter and faster than most of the guys who've been having problems.
Very true.
Or even the ladies, because Aaron had a big problem on lane 14 with the ball tumbling into the head pin instead of making the turn.
Hey, Ashley,
Yes.
the folks in the chat are wanting you to come join us up here in the booth for a moment,
Oh, okay.
because we have the camera on us and they want to see that voice.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, gosh.
Remember, she's in her Sunday Fun Day outfit.
I'm in my Sunday
Yeah.
Fun Day outfit.
Okay,
So I got my hat on. Can't see
she'll be coming from this
face.
direction. There
was a
she
Mitch-
is,
There was a Mitch Beasley sighting.
right here.
Yep.
There is a Mitch Beasley. Well,
Hello, everyone.
should have pulled out my Cyborg Pearl a little bit earlier. Absolutely.
First place will get $10,000.
Well, thanks, Ashley, for the help down there. This
Yeah.
has been great.
Yeah.
It's been very
Here's
helpful.
what you've been helping me with.
Yeah, this is the spreadsheet right
This is
here.
what we're doing right here to keep track of what's going on. So, you,
This was the tournament right here.
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And to think we get to do this again next week.
Next week, yeah.
You guys,
Oh, you're not going to join us?
I'll be in Las Vegas.
Well, excuse us.
Have a good time in there. Okay, so I don't think are they doing any practice or anything? I don't think they are.
It looks like not. Looks like they're going right into it.
Right into it. Let's go.
All right.
Okay, I'll be down on the sideline.
Thanks, Miss
Excellent.
Ashley.
Bye,
Appreciate
everybody.
Thank you. All right, so here we go. This is it. This is the position round. This is the last game of the tournament. Every team has bowled 8 games of qualifying. Every team has bowled 4 games of the cashers round. Every team has bowled 7 games of individual match play, and they have bowled every team once. Now, It is the position round game, and as we've been saying and setting this up, we have 3 teams that can win the tournament, most likely, unless something crazy happened. And it comes down to our tournament leaders, Shannon Polhowski, Chris Vi, defending champions, taking on Tom Hess and Steve Novak. And Hess is animated.
Yes, he is. And did you notice that he's going to finish on the tough lane over here, which is probably going to come into play. I mean, it is going to come into play somehow in this match.
Yes, it will.
I wonder if Chris will remember how he did this, because he was in front of the ball return over there.
That's right.
On the pair next to us.
Here we go. Steve Novak. His partner started with a strike. Can he answer? So Novak and Hess throw 2 jabs to start the match. Shannon Polhowski, 8 spare. Now Chris Vi takes a look at lane number 14. Keep in mind, Hess and Novak just bowled on this pair. Vi hasn't bowled on this pair in a little while.
Look where he's at. Look.
He's in front of the return.
You can see his leg on the other side of the return.
That's where he was down here on 5 and 6 too when he shot 270.
That's a brilliant shot right there.
It really is. There's Pepe over there. Pepe and Farrow have really faded down the stretch. Keeping an eye on the Anderson Gasson score over there. Keep in mind, 42 pins behind is Novak and Hess. 48 pins behind is Gasson and Anderson. And Polhowski with an errant shot. She didn't like that shot.
I thought Aaron was bowling on a different pair.
She didn't like that errant shot. Now, the bonus pins are important here for Gasson and Anderson, so keep an eye on Farrow and Anthony Pepe and what they do here. I'll tell you, Hess is gassing it.
Yeah, and you know that ball
Not Matt gassing it.
That ball, yeah. Nice.
I tried to play back at
Good one back. That ball was actually a pretty good ball. It made the turn into the pocket. I'm surprised it didn't carry the 10. There wasn't anything wrong with that ball.
That's a huge spare for Shannon. She's got that unique way that she shoots spares, and that's huge. I mean, a 2-4-7-9 is not easy on a flat oil pattern. And to go hard and straight at it like that and take it off, that's why she's been on Team USA so many times. This is it. This is the last game of the tournament. Thanks for the thumbs up, despite the stream going down a couple of times here today. Out of our control, but we've got you back up. 360p. Sorry, those that are watching live. When you watch the archives, we'll have it in 1080p. That's why we record on the backup here. Chris Vi. Oh my. That ball duck hooked left. Using the full approach there on that shot. Hess goes strike. Good shot for a 10.
Right.
Covers it. You remember he missed the spare earlier on that lane.
Right.
Now Steve Novak, who has arguably had the best ball reaction of the whole tournament. It's not in the same ball he was using. It's in more of a polished pearl now.
All right. So notice something here on his delivery on lane 13 had one of those releases like Brad Miller was using a while ago to get the ball down the lane. This one here, he came around and it allowed the ball to come off the back of the pattern and jump through the heads. I don't know if he made a mistake in the delivery or he was guessing wrong on the lane. We'll have to see what he does the next time. But lane 14 is just crazy. And I'm wondering how much, oh my goodness.
All right, he covered it.
I thought there was dead wood. Should have known better than that. I wonder how much difference it made that the lane sat for so long this morning without being bowled on versus the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much that made a difference.
Or the fact that what we end up with in a finals like this is a bunch of people that are playing the lanes in the same area because that's what was successful all weekend versus people all over the place, you know, before, and now that area of the lane has just gotten torched.
Now look at Andrew Anderson. He's moved in front of the ball return now. Sticks the shot, stays down till the ball hits the pins, and just flushes it. Andrew Anderson's a plumber.
That little extra push at the end of the pattern before it comes off for him looks crazy.
And now Shannon through the face again now for a 4-7-10. So with the two teams over here on 13 and 14 just kind of pacing at 2-0, Andrew Anderson's opened up with a triple over here on 11 and 12.
And Matt's doing his job. He's clean and plugging along. And Tom Hess just...
These are the moments with Hess occasionally, and God love him. I love Tom Hess, but there's just times like this that we saw him miss a 10-pin earlier. And now we see him go past the 6-pin and just take the 10. It just seems it's a pattern of things that just happen to him. But Shannon opens right here, right behind it.
Mike, my heart's in my chest right now, and in my throat almost, because it's crazy what's going on. It is $5,500 in this match out here.
See, and Novak released that one right.
Yeah.
But it just... he's either got to be further right with that release or in there with the release that he used before and take your chances. But then you've got a real wet-dry combination going on.
Right.
Now here's Vi. He struck the last time on this lane. He's in front of the ball return. Left the Greek Church on the left lane. Let's see what he does here.
We're 9.
Horrible break. Right now, I give advantage to Anderson and Gasson over on 11 and 12.
I know, and it's because of this pair.
And look at Gasson with a perfect strike. The 8 and 10 fall out almost at the same time.
Absolutely because of this pair.
Shannon's such a great sportsman. Also, she had her hand out for Steve. He just totally didn't see her have her hand out. Shannon and Chris are two of the nicest people you'll meet, too. I know I talk about all the nice people in these tournaments, but they're both just gangbuster people, awesome people. Andrew Anderson, 5-pin falls last.
Oh, he liked that one. Look at him.
And I know we haven't shown what's going on in any of the other pairs yet. We're really sticking to the championship down here. These folks have earned it. If there's anything exciting happening down there that we should keep an eye on, Ashley, please let us know.
Well, you know, Brad got the towel on his head. They're down here just, you know, not much happening. Although, I did have a question between 4th and 5th. Pepe and Williams are in 4th, and I believe McCarthy and Barnes are in 5th.
That's correct.
What's the difference?
28 pins.
28 pins, yeah.
Okay, because they got a good little score down here going. So depending on what Pepe and Williams do, they might have a chance to go to 4th.
Right.
And here's Gasson looking for 3 in a row. This would make a statement here.
Oh.
All right, he tickles the 4. Andrew Anderson just ran about 30 steps and 2 feet.
Carly Jean is asking for standings, and she asked for them in small case, in lowercase, and now she's asked for them in uppercase letters.
Standings should be on the website. I haven't looked.
Yeah. And right now, with all this going on, we really don't have time to do that, but they'll all be up there.
All we can tell you is currently right now, coming into this game, Chris Vi and Shannon Plahowski had the lead. 42 pins behind are Novak and Hess. 48 pins behind the leaders are Gasson and Anderson.
Right. So there's a 6-pin difference between 2nd and 3rd place right now.
And Williams and Pepe are 160-ish out, if my memory serves me right.
That's right. And based on the start of this game, they are, that's a non-factor.
Is that going to push? It did. Look at Novak with a big strike from the inside part of the lane. Nice comeback shot for Steve. Pepe with a nice shot down there. You know, those guys really bowled good this tournament.
Yeah.
They just kind of fell off here today.
Billy Ray, stop that in the chat. How cool would it be if the internet cut out in the 8th frame?
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah. Tom Hess through the nose.
4-7 for Hess.
And with his speed, if he moves just a little bit more left, that ball misses the head pin on the right.
Andrew Anderson looking for the front 5. He's
Good
got it.
grief, Mike. Those guys are going to come back and take this tournament.
I was listening to Extra Frame, and Marshall Holman said, and I believe it was the one of those major stops. I can't remember the exact tournament. I don't want to be wrong. He said Andrew Anderson is the next player to break out on the PBA Tour. Marshall Holman said that.
That's tremendous.
I remember Randy Peterson said, really? On that broadcast, Andrew Anderson. Double A, like I like to call him. And Matt Gasson, who just shot 800 at the USBC Open Championships. Didn't get in a single spot because he just forgot.
Single spot here we're talking about.
Correct.
Right.
Thank you for that.
No problem. Single spot at Nationals is singles.
We'll take a quick peek at all of the lanes really quick. Andrew Anderson up, looking for the front six. He's got it.
There's no defending this anyways, Mike. They would have come back. If he's going to do this, they'd come back and do this no matter what. Right?
You like that, Ashley?
That was awesome.
Steve Novak now.
Great
Strike.
shot. Great shot.
And did you see that ball tilt? That ball, despite that angle, could have taken out the 7-pin.
Right?
So Novak with a double now. Hess with a couple of spares. Vi's got a strike. Vi's in a must-strike position almost here on this right lane. He's got two opens. You got to throw two doubles to make up for that just to save par.
And he's floating. I mean, he's launching it and floating it out there.
Is that going to...
Yeah, it's there.
Oh.
What's the difference between Sherman and Miller from fourth?
From fourth?
Yeah.
50.
Yeah,
51.
exactly 50.
50. Let's take a look at this Vi shot one more time. Look at this. Almost a 7-9.
Gasson just double. Tommy's counting boards as he's looking down at the lanes, figuring out. He changed balls.
And he cannot chop down the 4-pin tree.
He went to a different shape there. He rolled that ball instead of punching it down the lane like he was before because the speed wasn't working.
Shannon's got the gauntlet back in her hand, and that's the ball that she was using earlier. Switched from the Paradox Pearl.
Anderson up again.
Can he get 7? Still a good shot, though.
Yeah.
And you know what I liked about it, this young man, is he's not bouncing out of the shots. He's staying down and through them still, even though there's a lot of adrenaline rushing. He's all over the place back here in the concourse area, pacing back and forth, watching his partner bowl, getting into it. But up on the lanes, he's staying very calm.
Yeah. Man, Pepe's so disciplined. The way he gets up there.
Now, I know we've been talking about Andrew Anderson, and we've been talking about Matt Gasson and how right now advantage to them. But if Vi can throw a strike here and Shannon just made a ball change, they can back half this game and protect it.
Yeah.
Because we're talking 48 pins, Dennis?
48 pins.
48 pins, okay? So if Vi and Plahowski get the win, that means Anderson and Gasson, who both opened on the same pair to finish the game last game after a positive start and a good start.
Right. Have to beat him by 49.
Things are starting to look good for Vi and Plahowski right now with what I'm seeing out on the lane.
Yeah. Now, if Andrew had gotten another strike there, that would be a different story because then you have 21 more pins over there.
The string is broken.
To have to beat him by 49 pins to win the tournament is a whole nother situation.
Gasson has 2 in a row. Can he make it 3? He does, and that
Gasson
is
says
dead
not
flush.
yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
That is dead flush. Bo Burton fell in love with Gasson's game at the IB Open last year. And he's making shots when he needs to. And Hess makes that ball change and just throws it past the break point.
Yeah. He had to do something though, Mike.
He did.
He didn't have the look that he needed to take this game over here. And right now, Gaston and Anderson are saying over, Tommy, we need you guys to win. You know.
Oh boy, that is right at target. And Shannon just didn't make a good shot. That's uncharacteristic of her. Now she's staring at this 2-4-7-9. I know she covered it the last time.
Anderson with another strike.
Double A with a strike.
And he's trying so hard not to show no emotion.
I know. He can barely contain himself.
Nice shot, Tommy.
Hess covers the 1-2-10.
He's not showing much emotion on his, but when Matt gets up, he's bouncing like a little bunny back.
He is in the background. Now, Shannon's spare game's incredible, but this is not an easy spare, especially the way that she attacks it, hard and straight like this. Just like I said, I was afraid of that. You got to be dead perfect at that.
While we're waiting on a shot to be made here, I want to give a shout out to my buddy Hunter Bell. I'm glad you're watching, Hunter. Thanks.
$10,000 at stake, first place. $4,500 for second. And now Novak leaves the 2-4-10.
$2,300 for third.
And here's Gasson. Here he comes.
Sticks the
Survey
shot.
says,
Strike.
That is smooth under pressure.
And as young as they are, to keep that composure, you know they just want to
I
erupt.
try not to scream loud down here.
Vi with another strike.
Vi says, we ain't done yet. You got 48 pins to make up.
Yep.
We're going to win our match down here. And that bonus pins, that is huge. 48 pins. You need a 250 game to make up 48 pins, period.
And then hope that the other team doesn't shoot more than 200.
Correct.
Arrow with is that a six-bagger?
Sure is. Quietly, Farrell with a six-bagger.
I just happen to see a lot of funny-looking marks up there in his boxes.
So here's Hess. Hess with a strike. The best he can bowl is 211. Novak can bowl 231. That's 42. Double A comes in a little behind the head pin, leaves just the 10. Anderson's in the 250s. He can strike out for the 250s, I should say. Now Shannon leaves the 6.
If anyone wants to know about our friends down here on 5 through 8, they're on vacation.
Okay. So with Shannon opening and then this potential spare, Novak and Hess are kind of, this match is up for grabs.
Yeah, it is.
Matt Gasson can bowl 258. Andrew Anderson can bowl 259.
And
517.
right.
Okay. So that would mean if they were to do that,
I think they both need the first strike in the 10th, or somebody, we need two doubles up there.
there's Gasson with the strike. And
there's
you almost could see that there. You wanted to see some emotion that time out of Matt. I think, in my opinion, that shot right there pretty much, I believe it clinched it. I know mathematically perhaps not, but with what's shaping up over here and with seeing that right there, it's almost over here. Matt Gasson and Andrew Anderson coming from third position. Now, they were in the lead going into Game 7.
Right.
And then they got lapped. And maybe that helped them.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe those open frames in the 10th frame came back to help them.
Slap in the face.
That pair.
Yeah.
It got them on this pair.
Oh, instead of this pair.
Yes.
Yes. All right.
That's a decent place for that. Gasson's going to be in the 240s, 246 he can max out at. Shannon, better shot. Strike.
Nice.
That was online. She can still get to 188. Vi can get to 223. Farrell Williams, it is feast or famine with Farrell. And he's strung a whole bunch of strikes over there and then misses the head. 7 count, 7 count, 9 count, a whole bunch of strikes, 6 count. It's not your typical 9 spare double, 9 spare double. That was a big, powerful ball. And now here's Hess. And see, Hess and Novak, they're thinking about second place right now. There's a big difference between second
Mike, that game's not over there. That game is not over as far as winning and losing.
You're right.
246 for Matt.
You're absolutely right, Dennis. That's a stat that has snuck up on us.
I never watched Farrell put his thumb on the ball until right at the last minute like that. I never saw that before. All right.
241 for Farrell.
Yep.
Gasson in the clubhouse with 246. He and Farrell are done. Here's double A right now. Money.
That will do it.
Huge.
Money. They're going to be in the 240s. The best Pepe can get to is 249. That is going to solidify the win. You're exactly right, Ashley.
Yep.
Anthony Pepe's been so consistent this tournament. Just so consistent.
His game is just incredible.
It's very smooth.
And the amount of practice and time he puts into it shows.
Very nice.
And Andrew Anderson just keeps on striking.
That 250? 9 if he strikes?
259 if he strikes. They're gonna bowl.
Okay, so let me tell you about our friends down here, just, you know, because
Okay.
you guys need to take the score anyway.
Yeah.
Rick Justice had a 185.
Uh-huh.
I believe Muffin had a 178. Yes, she did. Aaron had a 178. Tim had a 210.
Thank you.
Andrew Anderson did have 259.
Got it.
They bowled 505 to win the tournament.
Mark Henninger had a 126.
That's a hand deal there.
Yep. $225 for Pep. $176 for Hess.
And Kyle Barnes has a 168.
Wow. They did go on vacation down there, huh?
I told you.
Yep.
Yep, 225 for Pepe, Dennis. That was
Yeah, I
Shay
got it.
had Shay has 206.
And they were bowling each other?
Shay and Tim were bowling Henninger and Justice.
Okay.
Aaron and Kyle Barnes are bowling Brad Miller and Sherman. Brad's still bowling because they had a ball return.
Okay.
Steve Novak strike right there solidifies second place for Hess and Novak. Chris Vi and Shannon Pulowski, who won last year and came in leading into this game, are going to finish third. Anderson and Gasson are your 2017 Boom Doubles champions.
Brad finishes with 183.
Thank you.
Steve Novak in deep. Tilts to 5 out late. Chris Vi, of course, in deep. Wraps a 10. Chris Vi, Shannon Plahowski, you're awesome bowlers, and to finish first and third in this event is really unprecedented. Nice job to those two. I know they're not happy with falling from first to third. Steve Novak, Tom Hess, a strike down the middle for good measure. They will finish second. And that's going to do it for the bowling portion here from the 2017 Boom Doubles. I will find a way to talk to our champions. I either want to sit them down in the booth or we'll do an interview down on the lanes. I do want to talk to them a little bit about this run and this charge that they made to win this tournament. Dennis, I want to thank you for the time that you've spent in this booth with me this weekend. And Ashley, I want to thank you for your sideline reporting today. Thank you for helping us out.
No problem. Kyle's still bowling down here, but if he strikes here, he has a 252.
And so they're going to win.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And a loss.
They've already won.
Right. And he's got one strike to go for 252.
Waiting on a final score. Kyle Sherman, I guess I could show you this shot. He's still switching balls and trying to find a line on a fill.
251. No, he threw that ball this whole game.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
251.
Thank you, Ashley.
It's been a pleasure.
Okay. I don't think so. I'm going to do an interview with them, but go ahead and... No, we're good. Yeah, do your thing. Tamara Dunning's going to do her thing. Andrew Anderson has a flight to catch at 5 o'clock. I don't know why you schedule a 5 o'clock flight. We actually got done early today.
Right.
Final standings, Dennis?
Yes, Matt Gasson and Andrew Anderson winners at 65.09 total. Novak and Hess at 92 pins behind them. Plahowski and Vi at 122 pins behind them. So that's what happened.
They finished third
over here. Yep. Pepe and Williams in fourth for $1,800. Sherman and Miller fifth at $1,500. Bittenbender and Barrett sixth, $1,400. McCarthy and Barnes seventh at $1,300, and Justice and Henninger rounded out the top 8 at $1,200.
Awesome, Dennis. Well, we're going to step away from the broadcast. I'm going to make sure that I get those guys interviewed. Dennis, I do want to thank you for all the time you spent in the booth with me this weekend. It's been fun.
No, I enjoyed it. I absolutely enjoyed it.
It's been a great time. We're going to take the mics down for a moment, and we'll be back to talk to Andrew Anderson and Matt Gasson. Thanks for watching, everybody. Welcome back to the Boom Doubles. I'm here with the champions. I'm here with Matt Gasson and Andrew Anderson. I know you got a flight to catch, and everybody's freaking out about it, Andrew, and it's at 5:45. I think you're okay, as you said.
We'll be all right.
But let's talk a little bit about this. The first thing I want to ask you guys is, how did you guys get put together to bowl this event? Because I don't think you guys bowled this last year together, did you?
So I bowled last year. I bowled with Tommy. Tommy couldn't bowl this year.
As in Tommy Jones.
Tommy Jones, yeah,
PBA
sorry.
superstar.
I bowled with him last year. He couldn't make it this weekend this year. And Andrew and I bowl pretty much everything else that's doubles together, so I knew who I was going to ask.
Yeah, we, I expected once we heard about Boom Doubles, the first person to text me was Matt, so I figured that's what we're going to do. We bowl holiday doubles together. We bowled a couple other events, I think, together. And, one of those doubles things that you try to do everything together.
Did you guys think coming into today, I'll start with you, Andrew, did you guys think today with where you were at in the standings and that you guys had a legitimate chance to win based off of what you saw on the lanes in qualifying?
Oh, yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, Matthew bowled so well yesterday, and he had such good ball reaction. I was just going to ride him to the finish line. We both had pretty good ball reaction on the fresh. I definitely struggled later in blocks. But we knew that we could get a lot of pins early, and we were planning on jumping on the first 4 games today. We knew that we could make up a lot of pins in those 4 games, and we did. So it worked out really well.
Hess and Novak had a really good look early as well, and they kind of faded down the stretch. Farrow and Pepe also the same way. Matt, did you think you guys could win based off of what you saw yesterday?
Based off of what we saw yesterday, I mean, we bowled a lot better than what we scored. I personally missed about, I don't know how many single pins.
8 single pins, I counted.
I mean, I started with the first 4, the first 5, and the first 6, and my high game in those 3 games, I think, was 220. I mean, I gave away so many pins personally yesterday, and I mean, we should have had a lot more score than we did, to be honest. But I mean, coming in today, we just tried to make good shots and you know,
A lot of
30 pins of bonus is a lot. So
yeah, we had a lot of resilience.
Trying to win match play games there.
Andrew, you've been bowling a lot of the PBA stuff, the Masters and U.S. Open. You've had success there. You've made a lot of cuts. You're looking to take your game to the next level and stuff up. I heard Marshall Holman on Extra Frame make reference that you're the next guy to break out. He said that on the air. I don't know if you heard that or not.
I heard some people had said something. I didn't know what exactly he said, but you know, trying to make a name for myself just like everybody else. You know, I've been doing fairly well. I've been close a lot, like Players Championship, missing the show by 5. But I'm just really trying to keep getting close. Hopefully, may have a breakout tournament, you know, here and there, and trying to make a name for myself out here.
Down the stretch in this event, you were money. Like games 4, 5, 6, 7, if I remember correctly, thinking back through the block, you were money. When Matt was just kind of there for a while, you were kind of loping along, filling frames, and Andrew was shooting some big games. Matt, what was it like having Andrew bowling behind you today?
We fed off each other pretty well. I mean, for the most part, there were really only that I can look back and think of that last game, obviously, and I think maybe 1 or 2 other games that we really both bowled good at the same time. I mean, you know, if he bowled 250, I bowled 2-0 or 2-10, and if I bowled 250, he bowled 2-0. I mean, we just did a really good job grinding games out when we needed to, and you know, someone always put together a big game, it seemed like, so it worked out. And
Matt, you working at Ebonite International, I know you haven't been able to bowl as many tournaments and be out in the field bowling as much as you have in the past. I know that you don't necessarily feel quite as fresh or tournament ready per se. You go to the Open Championships, you shoot 803. What was your total?
Yeah, I shot 802 in 2025 for all events.
Okay, 2025, which is pretty incredible for as difficult as they are out there and as many people that have struggled. And then you come here and you win. I got to ask you, how have you been able to put these tournaments together here when mentally maybe that you haven't been bowling as much and you've just been working so much?
To be honest, I bowl really well when I have hold, and I had hold at both events. I'll just be honest. I mean,
all right.
Yeah, both. Honestly, both events, I played very similar angles. I like to roll it, and I like to throw it at the 3-pin, and when I can do that, I usually bowl pretty well, and I was able to do that at both events. So.
Hammer and Classic Products sponsored the event. We had lane sponsors as well. We definitely want to thank them. I know you guys have folks to thank as well, and then we'll wrap this thing up. We'll start with you, Andrew. Any folks you want to thank or say hello to?
Yeah. Hi, everybody watching back home in Michigan. But thanks to Ebonite International, Turbo Grips, Bolify, Team Harvey, my Team Fish buddies. You know, this was a big win.
And for you, Matt?
Obviously, Ebonite International, best brands of bowling balls in the business. Vice Grips, Logo Infusion. I think my parents and Jackie are both watching. Hi, guys. So yeah, I'm excited to definitely get on the road and bowl your tournament next weekend.
Yeah, IB Open next weekend,
Yep.
back-to-back weekends. We look forward to seeing.
Should have some hold.
Seeing you there. Should have some hold. Yeah, we're going to release that pattern tomorrow. I'm going to live stream it. I'll actually be in Hopkinsville. I'll probably do it from the office, so that'll be fun. But guys, congratulations on behalf of all of us for the tournament and everything. Tamara Dunning and them do a great job at this event to have this 2 years in a row, 10,000 apiece. Here's Chris Vi saying goodbye to everybody as well. But anyway, it was just really awesome to watch. It was really cool. You guys finished it out. You had a lot of people in the chat rooting you on and things like that. We wish you guys nothing but the best next weekend and beyond moving forward. This is a nice one to win.
Yes, it is. Thank you
so much.
All right, guys, well, that's going to do it for this year's Boom Doubles. I'm Mike Flanagan on behalf of Dennis Hacker and Ashley Cole and all the people that sat in the booth this weekend and helped us out. We certainly do appreciate it. We appreciate you watching. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Don't forget to like us on Facebook. You'll find us on Twitter and follow us there and Instagram. We would certainly appreciate that. And, guys, again, congratulations. That's it from this year's Boom Doubles. Have a good day, everybody.
Thank you.